And Ms. Ocom, whatever you've got in your PowerPoint, I just noticed there are a couple pictures. These are things that Ms. Primovic would have seen before. You're not expecting your PowerPoint to be interrupted because of surprises.
No.
Okay. I'm not prohibiting you from doing that, Ms. Primovic. I just noticed there were some pictures. I want to make sure. You may not have had a preview of the opening, but at least it looks like to you this is stuff that ought naturally to come in during the trial. Okay, you're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did not have to kill him. Say that again. Did not have to kill him. This is Malik Mary Buchanan. He's 23 years old. And on March 16, 2007, he didn't have to die. On March 16, 2007, this defendant shot and killed Malik, who was 23 years old at the time, in front of his apartment, in front of the mother of his unborn child, of this Indiana. Let's talk a little bit about what happened that day. Malik, 23 years old, just moved out, moved into an apartment with his two friends, Xavier Stanford and Corey Good. The three of them are the apartments, a three-bedroom apartment. He had begun a relationship with Dr. Kristen Canada at the time. They'd been seeing each other for a couple months, and he just found out that he was about to be a father. That night, or that day, earlier in the day, he and Dr. Canada were supposed to meet up at his apartment. We were supposed to have dinner and a movie. That was the plan. Right about 8 o'clock at night that day. So he was home and Xavier left. Xavier went to the studio. Sort of a artist, Atlanta. Yeah, an artist. So he was not in the apartment. So the only two people left were Corey and Malik. Corey wanted something to eat, so he decided to go to Little McDonald's. McDonald's was right down the street. So he takes Corey's car to Blue Thunderbird, and he leaves. In the meantime, remember, he had evidence to show that he had sort of a date with Dr. Canada. So she was supposed to come to the apartment. So she arrives. She'll tell you that they were supposed to be at 8 o'clock. But she lost track of time because she was watching children's movie. She arrived about 45 to an hour later. So approximately 9 o'clock, she arrives. She's in front of the apartment. She comes in her green Honda. That's the apartment right there. And she parks right in front of the apartment. Well, Malik's car is not there. Remember, because Corey took his car to look at McDonald's. So she calls Malik. He doesn't answer. She doesn't think it's weird at the time because remember, the agreement was doing a movie, so she assumes she'll tell you that's what it's going to eat. While she's sitting, she sees Malik's car pull up. Right there. On the word. Right adjacent to her. And she's expecting, she'll tell you she's expecting Malik to get out of the vehicle. When Corey gets out of the vehicle, she doesn't think it's weird. He gets over, gets out of the passenger, he gets out of the driver's side, and he's going into the apartment. Malik doesn't come on the passenger side. She doesn't think anything is going on. So Malik, Corey keeps going. So he walks towards the front of the apartment. That's the apartment door. When he gets here, he sort of stops and he looks. He'll tell you something's not right. Doesn't know what it is yet, but it doesn't look like how he left it. He just left a couple of minutes ago. He gets to the door right there. He tries to open the door and he'll tell you he feels somebody behind the door. He looks into his apartment and he sees Malik sitting on the couch. And Malik gives him a hand signal. He'll tell you when he puts his hand across, puts it apart. And then he looks to the side of Malik and realizes there's a male, a black male, standing beside Malik while Malik is sitting on the couch. While he's there, he realizes there's somebody else upstairs. The apartment is upstairs and downstairs. And he hears sort of rumbling going on upstairs. So at that point, he realizes, he'll tell you, there are 3 people in his apartment on the Malik. There's the black male that's standing beside Malik. There's whoever it is behind the door because he doesn't see him. And there's somebody else upstairs. He doesn't see him, but he hears him. And he'll tell you he said some words, he doesn't remember exactly, because it was 2007, to whoever it was behind the door, because he couldn't see the person. But what he knows, he will tell you, is that he sees a hand from right behind the door, right about the door handle, and he sees a gun connected to that hand. He'll tell you he bumps the door to try to get the gun loose, but it doesn't come loose. Or it will tell you that he turns around and starts to run. While he's running, he falls. He falls right about there, drops behind the bush, drops his McDonald's, and takes a break. He just runs. He runs away. While he's running, and he's far away, he hears shots, but he's not there. I want you all to remember, as Dr. Hannah will tell you, she was still parked right in front of the apartment and she's watching this. She's parked in her green Honda and she's looking straight at the apartment and she's seeing all of this happen. When she sees, she'll tell you that when she sees Corey run, she realizes, something's up. While Corey runs, she will tell you that she sees 2 young black males run out of the house as well. They had items in their hands. She told me that they had some clothes in their hand, 2 weapons. She'd tell you that she get a good look at them. She was they were young, they were teenagers. She'd tell you that. And they take off running in the opposite direction. At that point, she's still watching the front of the door. She'll tell you that. She sees Malik and the defendant sort of bump shoulders as they're trying to make it out of the apartment at the same time. She will tell you that at that time, she moves her vehicle. She will tell you that her vehicle was right adjacent to the curb, but because she sees Malik coming, she moves her vehicle, she sort of puts it in reverse and angles it. She'll tell you the reason she did that was because she hopes that Malik would get into the passenger side and then she could just drive off. However, that's not what Malik did. When he came towards her driver's side and stopped right about there, where Tony is in this picture. And he stops, he stands, and he's looking directly at his apartment. And so that causes her to walk back to the apartment, and she sees the defendant. She will tell you that it was most surprising and shocking to her because she had seen the other 2 young black males run, was that the defendant was walking. He was walking slowly out of the apartment towards her. She'll tell you she was looking at him, and she could not understand why he wasn't running. She will tell you that he had items in his hands. She'll tell you that he was wearing a hoodie, but he didn't have his hoodie up. He didn't have a mask. There was nothing covering his face. She will tell you she kept looking at him and they made eye contact because she was in the driver's side. And her windscreen, and she could look straight into the apartment. And as you can see in the picture, she said it was a short distance. And so she couldn't process in her mind why the defendant was not running. She'll tell you that yes, it was around after 9 p.m. at night, but she'll tell you that there were street lights. The street lights in the apartment were on. She'll tell you that the porch light was on. She'll tell you that a few of the apartments, because there's an apartment where those neighbors had the lights on. So she got an unobstructed view, clear view of the space. She kept watching him, like I said, because she could not process why the defendant was not running. She'll tell you that because he had items in his hands, she didn't realize that the defendant had left. But that the lead was standing on the close to the passenger side of the door. And then the defendant approaches right in front of her. And then she sees him pull out from under his pile of clothes, whatever he had in his hand, points, and shoot Malik. Tell you that Malik drops. And then she sees the plane away. She'll tell you she'll never forget that face. She'll tell you about it. She'll describe it to you. She'll describe the looks in his eyes. She'll tell you what struck her was it was cold and it's dead. And she couldn't understand why is he not running. He drops. She calls 911. But she panics because there's a delay and her phone, according to her, she doesn't understand why she can't get 911. So she runs out of her car and she runs down, knocking on neighbors' doors until she finds a neighbor and they call 911. And then she goes back to me. I'll tell you she lay on the floor. This is 911 dispatch. I told her, deep chest compressions, do not come out. She did it all. She'll tell you she was beside him when she felt he took his last breath. She'll tell you she saw the vacant look in his eyes. Then the ambulance arrived. And she went to the hospital. And they took him sick. After that, she goes to the police station. She gives a statement. She tells the officers, I saw the person that did it. I can describe him. I saw his face. And we recognized him. What has it changed? The state charged him with charged him with murder. 3 counts of felony murder. First count of felony murder predicated on the armed robbery. Second count predicated on the burglary. The third count on aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Charging with armed robbery, burglary, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and possession of a firearm due to the commission of a felony. Let's talk about what happens after Dr. Canada sees all this happen. And an investigation begins. In 2007, we detected Detective Mathis, his number time. 2007 case, 15 years ago. He takes over the case, he arrives in scene. He interviews Dr. Canada and Corey Gooden at the station. The first officer that arrived on scene was Officer Gooden. Takes crime scene, with a crime scene tape, it evolves the area. This is where we need to investigate to figure out who killed who. Crime scene tech shows up. Crime scene tech, Tia Martin, and her job is to take pictures, collect any evidence, any physical evidence on the direction of the detective. She takes photos. She takes photos of the apartment, upstairs, downstairs, windows, area, where to believe murder happened. They realize due to the cost of their investigation that the point of entry was the window. The screen was removed and placed right on top of the bush, the shrub in front of the apartment, the window screen. So the detectives know that that's the point of entry. So they make her dust the window and the window screen. And she collects items of evidence. She collects DNA swabs, blood on the floor, or where we dropped. She collects video clips from the house. They ran. There's a camcorder on the hill running out of the apartment. She sees pictures of it. She collects it. She dusts her fingerprint. And then she takes a picture of the window screen. The window screen that was the point of entry. And she'll tell you how they do it. Put a powder on it to see if there are any fingerprints that were left. Lo and behold, she sees fingerprints. Takes a picture. She lifts the print, puts it on a fingerprint card, and she takes all of the items of evidence to the Atlanta Police Department. When he gets to the crime lab in 2007, you hear from crime scene technician McBurney important. She can tell you that she took the latent print card, the lift that they got from the window screen, because at this time it's unknown. Don't know who the suspect is. She uploads it into AFIS. And AFIS is fancy name for Automated Fingerprint Identification System. And basically, what it is, you hear from the real important Jackson's where you live, prints and put it up into the system. And thousands of prints are in the system. See, Atlanta has one. Fulton County, the FBI, I know has one. Everybody has one. They upload it into the system to see if there's a match, to see if they get any hits. There are no hits. Meanwhile, Detective Mathis is doing the investigation of the suspects. He talks to a Dante Walsh to see maybe he's not involved in the case. He's not. But he takes his fingerprints. They compare Welch's fingerprints to the prints that were lifted off the window screen, and it's not a match. So Welch is like, oh. In the meantime, Dr. Henninger forms the autopsy. He will tell you that a leaf died from the gunshot wound to the chest and hit his heart and killed him. It was the perfect shot. His heart. Yeah. He'll tell you the manner of death. It's a homicide. It's 2007, Detective Mathis retires. 2008, Detective Gentili takes over. That's the lead detective on the case. It's Mathis retired. And he looks at the reports and starts from the beginning. He reads the police report. He reads that Mathis talked to Dr. Canada, talked to Dr. Gooden, reads Dr. Canada's statement, and decides since you don't have any suspects, you just look at police reports. You have police reports in the area to see if there are any verticalities that sort of match. We call it MO, modus operandi. It's a fancy word that just means that there are any other break-ins in the area sort of look or fit the kind of break-in that happened in the case. After looking at police reports, it comes up with two names. He remembers, because in her statement, Dr. Canada said they were white teenagers. And so in police reports, it comes across two other juveniles that may have committed burglaries around the time. Maybe it's Bailey and Samir Sparrow. They do the same thing. They look at the fingerprints and compare Bailey's fingerprints and Kirby's fingerprints with print that was left on the window screen, it's not a match. And then the case goes cold. Nothing happens. Section Gentili retires. In 2014, because there was a shell casing found on the scene, it's put into NIDA. NIDA as well was a fancy name for National Integrated Ballistic Network. And that's where any crime and guns or cases that they find on scene were loaded against there's a match. Because you get that from Officer Joe James. The case is still holds up until 2018. That's where Detective Brett Zimmer takes over. He's in cold case unit. He pulls up a file. He goes, I will take the file again. It's the statement. All of the things that Mathis has done, Detective Gentili has done. When he does that, he says, why don't we run those prints again? You might face. They did in 2007, 2018, they did it for something different. And he does. Ding, 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 ding. It hits. To his print, the defendants. But Detective Zimbrick doesn't stop there. He says, this crime happened in 2007. The defendant is no longer a teenager. 2018, 2007, 11 years have passed. He's now an adult. So I'm not going to put a picture of him as an adult. I'm going to go find a picture of him when he was a teenager. So I can show it to Dr. Canada because she said she's been adamant that she saw the person and she would identify the person. So that's what he does. He finds a picture of the defendant when the defendant was a teenager, 2007, and puts together what the police department calls a photo lineup. So basically, a photo lineup is a fancy name of your suspect, the defendant. I'm going to find 5 other people that are similar in identity here. The way he looked, the hair. They obviously have to be teenagers as well. But not a twin, because I'm looking to see if Dr. Canada can identify the person she said she could. And that's what he does. He puts together his 6-photo lineup, and then he goes to talk to Dr. Canada. At this point, Dr. Canada has moved. She no longer lives in Atlanta. She lives in Illinois. She's in Illinois for medical school. So he calls down to the jurisdiction, the Buffalo Grove Police Department, and he calls a homicide unit and says, I have a suspect, I have a hit, I witnessed this in your town now. Would you please show her a photo lineup of the suspect and see if she can identify him? This was in 2018, December 2018. And Sergeant Toby Mattel of the Buffalo Grove Police Department says, yes, you can do it. But he doesn't tell me anything about the case. He doesn't tell me the facts of the case. Sex Executive doesn't tell him who the suspect was. He doesn't tell him anything. He just says, these are pictures, show that to my witness, to see if she knows. That's what happens. FedExes, photo lineup. But because they're in Illinois, he also FedExes once you tell a witness before we show them a photo lineup from the state of Georgia. Because Illinois is a different jurisdiction. Sergeant Montel receives it and sets up a meeting, Dr. Canada. She goes to the Buffalo Grove Police Department, January of 2019. You see it, you watch it, you sit. Sits down, and Sergeant Montel, he tells her, I don't know anything about this case. I'm an Illinois detective. I wanted me, called me and said, can you help me? Can you help us out? And I said, yes. I'm going to show you photos. Read what Ilana technically tells. And he tells Sergeant Montel tells her. Okay, I'm showing them these 6 photos. Person that you saw may or may not be in the photos. If you see somebody you know, lights, down, write the picture, write the name and sign, and come get me, because I'm going to leave the room. Knock on the door, I will know you're done, and I'll come back in. That's what he does. He moves the photos, he gets up. He walks out of the room. We'll watch it. You'll see her go methodically through the photos. 1, 2, 3. She gets the defendant's picture and she puts it aside. 4. She will tell you that she went through all of the photos to be conscientious. But she knew as soon as she got to him, that's him. That is the guy that I saw March 16, 2007, shoot movie, because I will never forget that face. That face has stayed with me for over 11 years. And she picks him out. She fills out the information, she signs her name. And she knocks on the door. She says, this is the person she knew. That's all that happens. Even though there's an APHIS hit, Rebecca Cooper Jackson is latent, for example. She will tell you all about latent prints, how you compare latent prints with prints taken off of the window screen to a known print, defendant's print. So that's what she did. She will tell you about the ACE methodology. That's what it's called. And it's an acronym for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. She will tell you she went through the process. She will tell you all about fingerprints. She will tell you that the fingerprints are unique and permanent. What it means, the uniqueness is no two people have ever been found to have the same fingerprints, including twins. She will tell you that your fingerprints are permanent. They never change. They remain the same from when you were a child up until you die. You should look at those fingerprints and the fingerprint match to the defendant's fingerprint. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a television show. It's a real case, real life, real people, real witnesses. It's not CSI or the major player, how to move CSI. This is not one of them. This was a case that was from 2007. So there are no ring cameras that didn't exist in 2007. There's no Google GPS location that wasn't present in 2007. There's no video surveillance in the area, because we didn't have that in 2007, that was 15 years ago. It's about 2022. I will be using technology, PowerPoint, using the Zoom feature, and I'll also have witnesses testifying by Zoom. As we all know, technology has a way of not working, it's supposed to work. I crave your indulgence, crave your patience. I'm not here to waste your time. We're here to give you the evidence as clear and concise as possible so you can digest it. You can work it out. We'll work at it as soon as possible and get it straight. I crave your indulgence. If we have to take a 10 minutes or 5 minutes to figure out why technology don't do technology to do. You have notepads, just talk about it. Take notes, but please pay attention. Look at the witnesses. You get to decide the credibility of the witnesses. That is your job, that's your purview. Please look at them, watch the demeanor, listen to what they're saying. As Judge said, there will not be a transcript. Once they're off, they're off. So please, and if you're taking notes, please pay attention. We don't ask you to park your comments as well. The jurors with life experiences, we invite you to bring your common sense into the case and to decide the case is given to you by the judge. Again, there will be science. We're going to talk about fingerprints. We're going to talk about the different types of fingerprints. The people, depending on who I do also understand science. Sort of zone out when we talk about technical things. But I ask things, and you all will because you're all conscientious. pay attention to the signs, pay attention to the eyewitness identification. After we present all the evidence, I will come back in and I will ask you, are you find the defendant guilty? Guilty of murder, guilty of the 3 counts of felony murder, guilty of the armed robbery, guilty of the aggravated assault, guilty of the burglary, and guilty of possession of a firearm due to commission of crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Okam. Ms. Primovic?
Good morning. State said one thing out of all that I agree with. We should have never been shot. It's a tragedy. It's awful. Unnecessary and ridiculous. That he was shot. His family, his son, absolutely. That's not what this is. And that's going to be hard for you to separate. We're all human beings. We're all going to feel for her, the woman who went to went to med school and became a doctor. But I'm going to ask you to listen carefully to what the state presents to you and all the problems. The state told you what she is going to say today, or whenever she testified. And she said about basically the same thing in 2019 when she was interviewed by the Chicago police and did the line. What she did not bring up in her opening, because it doesn't fit their formula, is that the next day she went down and made a statement to the police. They did a typed statement. She looked it over and she signed it. And she said, I was sitting out in that parking lot. And I saw, go in, all that. And then I saw 3 boys run out. 3. And why is this important? Because this is about memory and her picking someone out of the lineup 12 years later and her perceptions. She said that the shooter stopped by the bushes and shot. That's what she said the day after the shooting. What she said in 2019 and what she's going to say we expect on the stand is what the state told her. 2 boys ran out, took off, and then she and her boyfriend struggled to get out the door. Boyfriend ran in front, Malik ran out in front. Shooter just casually walked out, Mr. Poole shot her. That's her memory 12 years later. But the day after, you will get out, we will get out, because the state's obviously ignoring that very detailed and important fact. Because that doesn't fit with their story. That's what I expect this trial to be about. You hear anything that fits their formula and their story. That Mr. Hodges did. And she said the next day, 3 boys ran out of that house while she was trying to move her car. At 9:30 at night in March, when it's dark. Saw 1 boy stop by the bush, shoot, and run. So these facts, these details are important because the state is going to try to talk you in to the unreasonable, basically ridiculous, unrealistic story that our memories, anyone's memories, after 12 years, could pick someone out of the line. That's what this case is about. Did I ask you to pay attention? The judge, Ocom already told you there's no transcripts. Please take the notes and listen to the details. And when it's all over in closing, I'm going to be talking with you more about what beyond a reasonable doubt is and how high the standard is. It's not, ooh, it looks bad. That's not it. It's higher than that. And I'm gonna be arguing that. It's higher than, maybe you did this. Nope. Not the court of law. It's high. And I think you will find after this trial, after the evidence, after the closings, you will find that the state didn't hit that verdict, but beyond reasonable doubt. And you will find Jerry Hodge is not guilty of all the counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Primovic. Ms. Ocom, if you'd call your first witness, please.
The state law of Dr. Christy County.
State and spell your name for the record.
Kristen Canada. Kristen is spelled Chrisisten. Canada is CANAD.
Dr. Canada, good morning. I appreciate you being here. A couple things. If you are comfortable removing your mask, it will help the jurors hear you. It's not a requirement, but it does help. And then second, if you don't mind, that the chair doesn't have wheels, that's so no one rolls off the little witness stand. But if you could scooch up so you're closer to the microphone, you can also, the stock of the microphone bends. I just want to make sure you are audible to everyone in the courtroom furthest corner away. Thank you so much. Ms. Ocom, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I can't hear you. I'm standing over here. If I can't hear you, I'm going to assume the jurors can hear you. So I need you to speak up a little bit. I know this is-
Okay. Good morning.
Great.
You introduce yourself to what do you do?
I am a podiatrist, foot and ankle surgeon.
Then
I'm a podiatrist. I'm a foot and ankle surgeon.
you're a foot. I'm sorry.
Foot and ankle surgeon.
And how long have you do that?
1 year. I'm in residency. Yeah.
And what do you do while you're in residence?
You are a clinician, so I have patients that I see day to day. I take care of any pathologies that they have with the lower extremity from the knee down, so wound care. I do surgery. We do amputations, reconstruction, ankle replacements, tendon transfers, things like that.
And where do you do that at?
And the Tampa VA, I take care of our veterans.
And are you from Tampa?
No, I'm originally from Chicago, but I grew up mostly in the Atlanta area.
So how long were you in that area? What years?
1995 till 2009 when I moved to Alabama for school.
Any children?
2 children.
Names and ages.
Trinity is 19 and Zahir is 14.
When was he born? Right.
Zahir was born September 2007.
Take you back to March 16 of 2007. Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Decatur, Georgia with my mother.
Were you in a relationship?
Yes,
And who were you in a relationship with?
Malik Berry Buchanan.
How old were you at the time?
I was 28,
How old was you?
23.
Where did you meet?
We met at Verizon Wireless where we were both customer service representatives.
And how long had you and Malik been dating as of March?
9 months.
Serious relationship?
Yes.
on an approach to this.
Yes. Lawyers for both sides have continuing authority to approach witnesses unless you hear me tell you to stop.
I want you to take a look at what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 73. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Can you tell me what it is?
it's a picture of Malik that I took of him before we went to work.
And is that a true and accurate description of what Malik looked like back in 2007?
Yes,
State moves to admit State's Exhibit 73 into evidence.
No objection.
73 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You have it.
And can you tell the jurors who they're looking at?
So the screen in front of you, Dr. Canada, so you don't have to pivot quite as much. If you will tap stay muted and got it. There you go.
Who are we looking at?
Malik Berry Buchanan.
And what did Malik do at that time, 2007?
He was a customer service representative at Verizon Wireless.
And is that all he did?
For work, yeah.
You said your relationship was on 9 months. Do you have any news at the time of March 2007?
We knew that we were expecting a baby.
And how far along were you then in March 16, 2007?
11 weeks.
And did you make plans with Malik that day, March 16, 2007?
Yes, I wanted to go to the movies. He did not want to go, so we were going to stay in and just watch movies at the house and just hang out.
And did you work that day?
No, we were both off
How do you know you were both off?
because we had plans throughout the day separate. I met Malik's mother for lunch. And then after Malik went and got a haircut, and then we made plans for the two of us to meet up
And where were you supposed to meet him?
at his apartment or townhouse
And where was that?
in Atlanta, Magnolia Apartments.
About what time were you supposed to meet him?
I was supposed to be there at 8, but I was late. So I got there probably an hour later.
Would you speak up again? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I,
Okay.
mhm. I was supposed to be at his house at 8, and I got there probably 45 minutes to an hour later
Why were you late?
because I was at my mother's house watching a Disney movie, and it was interesting.
That's what they're supposed to be, I guess.
So then about what time then did you show up at Malik's apartment?
Probably around 8:45, 9, somewhere in there.
And you said Malik's apartment was Magnolia Apartments. Is that in Fulton County,
Yes,
Atlanta, Georgia?
Atlanta, Georgia, not too far from the Atlanta University Center. Not too far from the Atlanta University Center,
So at what time then did you show up?
somewhere between 8:45, 9 o'clock. I'm guesstimating.
And when you show up, what happens when you show up?
Malik had told me a week prior that there were people breaking in, so not to get out of the car and just come to the door when I got there, to call him, and he would make sure that I got inside safely. So when I got there, I called him and he didn't answer. I called him again, no answer. And then I just waited. I knew he must have been in the bathroom or something. He would call me right back. And then his car pulled up and parked in the parking spot that was next to me, kind of. It was separated by a little strip of sidewalk. And his roommate got out of Malik's car.
Let me show you where the previously marked for State's Exhibit 69. I also want you to look at the pictures in front of you.
So 69 is the big one?
Yes.
Okay.
69. I also want you to look at State's Exhibit 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. Let's start with 69. You recognize that?
Yes,
And what is it?
it's the front of the building that Malik and his roommates stayed in.
You know, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 69 into evidence.
Objection?
One more step, maybe?
Is this a true and accurate description of how the area looked back in March 16, 2007?
Yes, this is
Okay.
where we parked.
Okay. It's admitted with that foundation?
Permission to publish?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I wanted you to look at 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. When you take a look at them and tell me if you recognize those pictures.
23 is the picture of their front door, Malik and his roommate's townhome. And it seems to be taken from the perspective of the parking spot that I was parked in. 24 is a picture of my car and where Malik was shot. 25 is where Malik was laying after he was shot, and his socks that he scrubbed off when he was struggling to breathe.
Do you need a break, Dr. Canada?
No.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon.
Thank you. 26 is again my car and the front of the building and the parking spot where Malik was shot. And 27 is just the front of their townhome and the parking lot where he was shot.
Your commission, is this a true and accurate description of what it looked like back on March 16, 2007?
Yes,
State moves to admit 23 to 27 for evidence.
No good.
23 through 27 are admitted, and you're free to publish if you wish.
Miss, Dr. Canada, you said that he had roommates. Who were these roommates?
Xavier and Corey.
And what's Xavier's last name?
Stanford
It was Corey's last name.
Gooden.
And how long had they lived at that apartment 75?
Probably about 6 months or so.
And have you been over to the apartment before?
Yes,
How many times did you say you've been over to the apartment?
several. I would go 2 or 3 times a week.
Now, using states 69 and 23, whichever you want to start with, you tell me, or tell the jurors, when you came, where you parked your vehicle.
With 23, the parking spot at the bottom of the screen or the picture, that's where my car was parked.
And there's a way, if the technology gods are smiling, if you tap the lower left-hand corner of the screen, a little pencil circle should come up. Tap that little pencil circle.
Mhm.
Great. And now you should be able to mark on the screen wherever it is you're trying to mark. So like if you're trying to circle the, okay, see that little thing needs to go away. See if we can make that go away. Just give it, I think it'll, okay. There. Now, is there a red? Okay, there is sort of a red X on the screen. It's going to be tricky if you're having the witness mark at the very perimeter of the photos. The technology won't work well for that, but otherwise it looks like it's working.
And on 69, if you could show us where that is in relation to the picture on 69, the voice.
Are you going to require Dr. Canada to get up often? I mean, in other words, can she take care of all of the demonstrative work she's going to do with your exhibit 69 at once rather than back and forth?
Yes. We can do
Great.
that.
Okay.
So I have a just mark on 69 and I'll make them points. Can you mark on 69 right A where you parked when you first arrived? And mark B where you said Corey came in this car, or B where that happened. Mark C where the front of Corey, I'm sorry, Malik's apartment is. Thank you. Next. So you said it was Corey's apartment. Was this was it a down floor apartment or do you have an upstairs and downstairs?
It had an upstairs and a downstairs.
What was downstairs?
The kitchen, the living room, and a half bath and the laundry room.
And what was upstairs?
The 3 bedrooms and bathroom. I think there was 1 bathroom upstairs.
And you said Corey didn't want you, sorry, I apologize, Malik didn't want you getting out of the car. Had Malik's apartment been previously broken into that you were aware of?
No, but there was stuff happening in the apartments that they were aware of.
So you were point A, using 69, you were on point A when you drove down to the apartment.
Yes.
We're now looking at space exhibit 26. Can you show me your vehicle in space exhibit 26? Can you raise the X please first?
So racing is, maybe you did it. Fantastic. Wow. You're good. Thanks. I spent all those years at Verizon.
So that's your vehicle. What kind of vehicle is that?
A Honda Accord.
And what color is it?
It's like a emerald green.
Can you tell me about the windows of your vehicle?
The passenger and driver windows were tinted. The rear view mirror window is tinted. The windshield was not tinted.
And you said Corey arrived in Malik's car.
Yes.
You put a, we'll call it X1 where Malik's car is. And what color is Malik's car? What kind of car did Malik have at the time?
He had a Thunderbird and it's royal blue.
And do you know if any of Malik's roommates had cars?
I don't believe either of the other 2 roommates had cars, Corey or Xavier.
So your green where your green Honda was parked at point A on 69?
Yes.
And where was there anybody else in the car with you?
No.
And you said we're waiting for Malik.
Yes.
How long had you been waiting for before the blue Thunderbird showed?
Probably like a couple of minutes, not very long at all.
And when the blue Thunderbird shows up, what are you doing?
I'm sitting in the car. I was looking at the car because it was Malik's car and I was meeting him. And then I saw Corey in the driver's seat and he was alone. So when Corey got out of the car, I looked down because I just heard, don't get out of the car until Malik tells you to. So I didn't make eye contact with him because I didn't want him to ask me to come with him. I was going to wait until Malik told me to get out of the car.
And then what happens after Corey gets out of the car?
He locked the car door and then he starts walking up the little pathway to the door. And I'd say at the T of the sidewalk, he noticed that the front of the townhome looked weird. And so he started walking slowly and I could tell that he was like investigating the home.
So you could tell he was investigating. What was he doing? Tell he was investigating.
I would have to demonstrate if that's okay.
Sure. Are you going to be using 69 still with her testimony?
Yes.
Okay, they can stay right there. I just want to make sure Ms. Primovic can see whatever, but don't move. Ms. Primovic is agile. She can get up and move if she wants to see what Dr. Canada is going to demonstrate. So Dr. Canada, demonstrate the investigative moves that the roommate was making.
So he was walking and then he went, and then he got to the door and he started hitting the door and he's like, I see you, nigga. And then you see a hand under the door, underneath the door handle. And it was a black or brown hand with a black gun. And then Corey turned and then ran that way. And I didn't support it anymore. And then after Corey ran, two boys ran out the front door and they were holding armloads of clothes and they ran the opposite direction from Corey.
Let's erase the X and the X1 on 27, please. And can you show us using 27 and using a C for Corey? Can you point in the direction that Corey ran? And use an arrow, please. It's delayed, I apologize.
Oh.
And then you said the two boys that came out. Can you put 2B, two boys, and show the direction thing. And the record reflects that on spaces 27, Dr. Canada has C pointing to the right with an arrow, and then B2 pointing to the left with an arrow. And how long did you say where you was Corey? You said he was pushing at the door?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
And how many times did you see him sort of bump at the door?
Twice.
And where were you while he's bumping at the door?
I'm in the parking spot in my car watching.
Are you still adjacent to the curb on spaces of the 27 on the far end?
Yes, I was parked straight.
And so when you're parked straight, are you looking straight into the front door of the apartment?
Yes.
You walk towards you and walk back. Can you tell me how far the distance between the front of the door and the front of seating side of your, when you were in your car? Please tell me.
Mm-hmm. Right there.
all this? How many feet did you call this?
I don't know, 20.
But the record reflects that the witnesses identified the distance between me and her from where she was sitting in the vehicle, approximately 20 feet.
That's what she said.
So 20 feet distance, and you're sitting in the front seat passenger, and this is the front of the door.
I'm
Where
s-
I'm standing.
I'm sitting in the front driver's seat of my car. Yeah. And
This
I'm-
is
And you're the front of the door.
about 20 feet away.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the lighting. So you said you arrived approximately, if the meeting was 8 o'clock, 45 minutes to an hour later, so it's approximately 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Tell me about the lighting at the time.
It was nighttime, so it was dark, but there were street lights. It was pretty well lit. It was like a golden orange hue over everything. So you could see it was well lit.
So you said there are street lights.
Yeah.
So you're in your vehicle, is your car light on, your headlights?
No,
No, was your car on or off?
my car was off when I was parked straight.
Okay, so this is March. Was it cold?
It was.
Tell me how cold it was.
It was more so cool because I didn't have a coat on. I just had on a t-shirt and a knit sweater, and I was comfortable.
You tell me, so it's comfortable, you don't need a sweater, there are 2 street lights on, there's a golden hue. Do you remember any other lights that were on at the time?
One of the neighbors, some of the neighbors had their porch light on, but I didn't notice that until after Malik was shot.
You wear glasses,
No,
you wear contacts,
no,
I'm talking about then in 2007,
no,
wear them now.
no.
So you say you see 2 boys run out and they had items in their hand,
Yes,
and they ran, on stage 27, they ran B2.
yes.
What type, can you describe the 2 boys that you saw run B2?
They were African American. They looked like teenage boys. One was darker than the other. The other was lighter complexion, like her complexion, like a peanut butter.
So one was darker, one was lighter, let's use, was the one who was darker than you,
He was a little darker than me, yes.
and then the lighter one.
He was her complexion.
When you're saying her, can you just describe where in the courtroom the person is you're talking about?
Sitting here at this desk in the blue suit, her complexion.
Directly in front of you.
Yes,
Okay.
directly in front of me.
We'll call that a caramel.
Peanut butter was the term she used, which I will remember.
We'll call it peanut butter reflection. So there were 2 of them. Do you
Yes.
remember what they were wearing?
No,
And you said, they ran.
yes.
And where's Corey at this point with the 2 boys?
Corey was long gone.
The 2 boys that ran out saying,
No,
the Corey, I think when he was running, did he say anything?
no.
What's the time difference between Corey getting out and you said, I see you here, when he's bumping the door and the 2 boys running out? What's the time difference for that?
When Corey stopped bumping the door and he ran, the boys came out seconds later.
You say seconds.
I'm talking five seconds, very, very shortly thereafter. The door, he hit the door the second time and ran, the door swung wide open. Boys come out. It was like Corey, boys.
And you can remember anything else about the 2 boys that ran? Apart from their complexion, and you said that they were young.
They were not very tall, like average height, 5-ish feet. One was a little taller than the other. The lighter one seemed to be just a little bit taller than the darker one. And
Which one, the peanut butter colored one?
he was second. The brown one was in front and the peanut butter one was behind him. And he was a little taller than the boy that was in front of him.
Said 5 feet-ish, so 5 foot what?
Like mid 5 feet, like the peanut butter boy might have been, I don't want to call him that, Peter. The lighter complected male, he looked like he could have been like 5'8", 5'9", and the other one was probably about 5'6", 5'5".
They both run and they had items in their hands.
Yes,
You tell what the items were?
you could tell that they were clothes.
And then what happens after Corey runs? You said he's long gone. B2 on the picture, the 2 boys run. Could you tell what their age range was when they ran?
They just looked like teenage boys.
Was there anything, was it their face that made them look like teenage boys, or was it their appearance?
Their skin, their face, they looked young. They looked like kids. Not little kids, but adolescents.
And then what happens after Corey takes off and the 2 boys run?
Malik and another boy appeared in the doorway at the same time. And that's when I turned my car on, reversed my car, and angled it in a way with the doors unlocked so that Malik could jump in the car.
And you raise 2 and 6 labels. So you said 2 people, Malik and the other boy appeared in front of them. Using spaces between 3. You point which sides Malik, make it an M, and the other boy make it a B on spaces between 3. And you said that they were bumping as they came out of the door?
Yeah, they were like both trying to get out the door at the same time, and they were bumping shoulders.
Then who gets out of the door first?
Malik,
And how long is the time between the 2 boys run and Malik and the other boy bump at the door, come on the door? What's the time gap?
probably another 5 seconds. This was like quick.
So when they're coming out of the door, which way does Malik go?
Malik came out the door and he went this way into the parking lot. And the boy came straight down here and then that way and stopped.
So we're clear, for the boy arrow, you put B1 at the tip of the boy arrow, the way it's walking, and put M1 for the way Malik is walking. So we know the difference there. So he comes out. What are you doing at this point?
Well, when I saw them in the doorway, that's when I cranked the car up, I backed up, and I angled the car so that Malik could walk out the door and jump in, but he bypassed me.
Let's talk about Malik first. What was his gait? You said he bypassed you. Was he running? Was he walking? Was he jogging?
He was jogging.
Jogging fast, jogging slow.
Jogging slow.
Did you ever make eye contact with Malik?
No.
Said he's jogging slow.
Yes.
And then where does Malik end up?
In the parking lot.
And when Malik is jogging and ends up in the parking lot, what point of the parking lot does he end up at?
Like in that picture.
Is it the 69?
Yes. By the time my car was angled, I was in both parking spots, the adjacent parking spot next to A, and Malik was in the third parking spot. So I was taking up those first 2 spots, and then he stopped in the third spot.
when he stopped, what did he do when he stopped?
He stopped and he locked eyes with the boy, who by this time had stopped on the sidewalk. And he like had his fist down to his side and he was looking at the boy with a fierce look like, I will hurt you, you know? And the boy just, who also was holding an armload of clothes, pulled out a gun from underneath the clothes and then just shot him.
Let's talk a little bit about the boy that was walking. And you put the RV on. Tell me how he was walking.
He was walking slow and confident, I would say.
Can you show me how he was walking? Yeah. And could you see him?
Yes, he and I were locked eyes.
And how long would you say you were both looking at each other?
Maybe 10 seconds, if that long. And we were just staring at each other's eyes.
Notice anything about him while you were staring at his eyes?
He had on a red hoodie. He had dark complexion, a few shades darker than me. His eyes were scary. I remember a chill went down my spine because his eyes look, I've never seen anyone's eyes look like that before or after that experience. He looked evil, and that's all. I don't know how to describe it any other way. Yeah. And I didn't know he had a gun at that point.
You see his hands when he was walking towards you?
No, they were under a pile of clothes.
So since he had clothes on him, he was carrying clothes in front of him, how high were the clothes?
Probably like here.
The record is that the witness is touching right above the chest. So the clothes were that high?
Yes.
There were one clothes, can you tell what kind of clothes they were or no?
I couldn't tell what kind, but it was a pile of clothes. Just looked like if you had half a load of laundry and you just scooped it up.
And you said he just turns and points, correct?
Yes.
Where on station 23 was he standing when he points and shoots?
Where I have marked B1, he stopped like right there.
And how many times did you hear the shot? I'm sorry, I apologize. How many shots did you hear?
I heard one shot.
Said you saw him stretch his hands. Was his hands completely out or was it half out? You showed the jurors how far his stretch was.
It was extended.
Did he say anything between the shots?
No.
What type of gun was it that he had?
It was an all black handgun.
So was it a big handgun or was it a small handgun?
It was a regular handgun. Like when you see like cop shows, and they pull out a handgun, it looked like that.
It was all black.
Yes.
After, were you looking at the lead or were you looking at the shooter when the person shot?
I was looking at, it's kind of interesting because when you hear the shot, I look, okay, so when he shot, I was looking at the shooter, but I turned and I looked at Malik, and Malik's hand flew up to his chest, and then he turned his body like this to run, and then he collapsed.
And did you look back at the shooter after Malik passed?
No.
You know which way the shooter went after Malik passed?
No.
Can you erase, what's on there, please? So using states 26, show me where Malik was standing when they walked to the ward. But M for him, please. And show me where the boy was standing using 26, if you can. When he shot me.
And he would have been on the sidewalk as opposed to the hood of your car right there.
Yes.
And he said, which direction? He said Malik looks like he's about to run when he drops. Which direction is he going on 26?
Malik turned his body that direction.
Did you ever, during this time that's happening, did you ever actually talk to Malik?
No,
Did you wind down your windows at any time?
no,
Did you ever shout or say anything to Malik at this time?
no.
So when Malik drops, do you see using 26, do you pay any other attention to the shooter?
After he shot Malik?
Yes.
No. He could have flown away. I don't know what happened to him. My focus was totally on Malik.
You see Malik drop, what do you do then?
I got out of the car. I parked the car because I was ready to drive. I was still in reverse. I parked the car and I got out and I tried to call 911. Verizon had this safety feature where when you dialed 911, it would pinpoint your exact location, but I didn't know that it had a delay while it was doing that. So I thought my phone wasn't working. So I threw my phone and then I ran that way screaming. And there was that where the tip of the arrow is, I believe that's the house that had their porch light on. And I just started banging on the door, screaming for help. And a male came out and I told him that my boyfriend had been shot. Could I use his phone to call 911? And he gave me his cell phone. And then I called 911 while I was running back to Malik, and the neighbor and a few other neighbors came out and were gathered around us. And I sat on the ground next to Malik to let him know that I was there. And then I was talking to the 911 operator and I put my hands on his back. He was on his stomach and I prayed over him. And then I laid down face to face with him. And he was sitting up a little, like his shoulders were elevated. And he was going, oh, so I knew that he was in pain. And then he started breathing really ragged, like, and he had a grimace. And I'm talking to him. I'm telling him I love him. I'm telling him he's not by himself. And then he took a long, ragged breath. He was like, ah. And by then, the operator told me to roll him over and do CPR, but I believe that was his last breath. But I did it. I rolled him over and he was just vacant. His eyes were vacant. And I started doing CPR. And it's in that moment, I remember thinking he had hot wings for dinner because his mouth was, I could taste it. I don't know. And then shortly after I started CPR, the ambulance arrived. And then I called Malik's mother. No.
I wanna go back to the boy, you describing him for us, you said he was dark skinned. Could you tell what age he was?
He looked like he was anywhere from 13 to 16.
Said he was dark skinned, how much darker, to use you as an example, how much darker was he?
Like 4 shades darker than me.
And could you tell, so was he African American?
Yes, he was.
You said he was wearing a hoodie.
Yeah.
Hoodie up or was the hoodie down?
The hoodie was down. You could see the hood pulled behind his neck.
Let's talk about his face. Was anything covering his face?
No,
You have a mask on,
no,
the glasses on,
no.
and you see his hair.
Yes.
What type of hairstyle did he have?
He looked like he was starting dreads. He had little twisties, about 1 inch long.
And did, how, you said when you were standing from the door, he was walking, did the approximately, he was 20 feet. Did he ever get closer to you than 20 feet or was 20 feet?
He was walking towards me while we were locked eyes.
So what then? So was the 20 feet getting shorter as he was walking towards you?
Yes, it was getting shorter.
So how close did he get to you?
Okay. About right there.
What would you call this?
10 feet.
You'd say the closest he ever got to you was approximately 10.
Yes.
When he was 10 feet away from you, was that when he was in front of your car before he shot Malik?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you can remember about the boy's face that stuck with you?
He had very smooth skin, like satin like skin. The eyes mostly, the vacantness of them.
And did you remember that face?
That's a face that I saw in my mind's eye every day for years. So yes, that face was in my nightmares. That face was in the flashbacks that I went through therapy really hard to get rid of. Yes.
And how long did that face stay with you?
That face is still, it stayed with me. Yeah, I'll never forget that.
So you stayed, so that face stayed with you today?
Yes.
You still have nightmares about that face?
You know what? I have not in several years until the other night. I had a flashback of that night, and I know that this is just a triggering experience for me.
Said, and then I think going back is when you said the ambulance showed up.
Mhm.
That yes?
Yes.
So the ambulance shows up, and what happens after the ambulance?
They put Malik on to the gurney, and they told me that we were going to Grady, and I called Malik's mother as they were loading Malik into the back of the ambulance. And I said, "Miss Lynn, Malik's been shot in the chest," and she screamed. And I told her what hospital we were going to and to meet us there. And when we got there, his family was there.
And how long was the ride sort of from the police department to Grady?
To Grady, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes or so.
How long would you say you were at the hospital?
Not long. Weren't there very long. He was gone. I think we might have been there an hour.
And did you find out at the hospital he was gone?
Yeah, they tried, or they made it look like they were trying, because he was gone. I feel like he was gone in that parking lot because I was with him. But they were doing that amber bag and chest compressions on and all of that. And there was nothing that they could do. He had been shot in his heart.
And after you're at the hospital, you find out he was shot. Did you see him at the hospital?
Yeah, they let us see him eventually.
And did you see where he been shot?
Yes.
Where had he been shot?
His dad pulled the sheet down and we saw his chest, and it was a perfect little hole right over where his heart would be.
After you leave the hospital, do you talk to the police?
Yes.
Go straight from the hospital to talk to the police, or do you get to go?
They were there at the hospital. I was talking to a detective, and he was asking me about the events that had transpired that night. And then when he finished, he gave me his card, and it said homicide unit or whatnot. And I said, homicide? Why are you talking to me? He's not going to die. I'm 11 weeks pregnant. Like, in my mind, that was just something that it was impossible to happen. You don't die when you're expecting a child. So afterwards, we talked to the doctors and they confirmed. And then after we saw Malik, I talked to the detectives again, and they drove me back to the scene. And then we went to the station.
Can you tell me your demeanor at that time? How you felt, what was going on, and how you were acting when you were driving you from the hospital back to the scene, and then back to the police station?
I felt like numb, almost like I remember feeling so weak.
Your Honor, I'm just gonna have to object to relevance when these weren't questioning.
The audience relevant to the fact of how she was and how she answered questions after she was a police and questioning her about what happened after she'd been through this experience, to explain how she was feeling, what she was thinking when they were asking her questions.
So why don't you ask those questions when you've placed Dr. Canada there? Right now, she's not there. She's in a car going somewhere. So when you get to the point of the interview, then we'll see if there's another objection and I'll handle it, but I'll sustain it for now.
So when you get to the station, where they take you from the station?
We were in a cubicle somewhere in the back.
And do you remember how many people were talking to you?
At the time, one.
And were they asking you, do you remember, were they asking you about what happened?
Yes, they asked me about what happened and who the roommates were. And they were looking up his roommates in the system to see if they had like any criminal record or anything that would have made them targeted.
And approximately what time was this when you were talking to the executive at the police station?
By the time we got to the police station, it might have been like 1 o'clock in the morning.
And had you been up from the 8 o'clock time up until the 1 o'clock time?
Well, 9 o'clock time, before Malik got shot. I think they pronounced him at 9:50 or something. We had time to do what we did at the hospital and then go to the scene. And we stayed there for a short period of time. And then we were at the station for 2 hours because I remember it being 3 a.m. when I drove home. And they had to drive me back to the scene to get my car.
And so approximately, what you said it was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning when you were talking to the detective.
Yes.
Can you tell me at the time you were talking to the detective what your demeanor was?
I was emotionally numb, but I was also feeling quite determined because I, like most people, have watched like crime shows. So I'm thinking we're about to find people tonight. So I was there and I was ready to answer any and all questions that they have that same night because I wanted justice immediately.
You tell them that night that you could identify the person that did it?
Yes.
Tell them, did you describe to them the person that did it?
Yes.
After, did you see any photos that night?
Yes.
Were you able to be out anybody that night?
No. And I explained to them that they look like kids and they were like, well, we don't really have those photos.
After you leave the station that night, so at this point it's March 17th, we're talking 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Do you talk to the officers again?
The next morning, the detective called me because I thought that the people who had did the home invasion and stole clothes had Malik's cell phone. So I didn't sleep that night and I was texting them like, why would you do that? We have a child on the way. He has family that loves him. You didn't have to shoot him. And the detective called me the next morning to tell me he had Malik's phone. So he saw the messages that I was sending.
What kind of phone did he have?
He had the Motorola Razr. It was silver.
After that, did you keep in contact with the police?
Yeah, I would go to their headquarters, which was at the East Ponce Market area. Every couple of days, I was kind of a pest. I would call or I would pop up like, okay, you got somebody yet? They're like, no. And then after I stopped popping up because it was, one time, the last time I waited for hours, and I would just call.
And did you eventually leave Atlanta?
Yes, I left Atlanta in February of 2009 to move to Huntsville, Alabama to go to school. And when I was moving, I made the decision that I was going to focus on school and I was not going to call the police station anymore. And I was going to wait for them to call with information.
Did the police eventually call you?
So I want to pause right there. This is a natural break point. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to take our lunch break at about 12:10, a little less than an hour away. I didn't want to interrupt Dr. Canada's testimony like 10 minutes in when we might normally have a morning break. But I want to know if anyone needs a 5-10 minute break right now. At least one hand went up. So we're going to take a break. I'll probably keep it a little shorter than normal because we're taking it at 11:20. That's on me, not on you. But we were working our way through Dr. Canada's testimony. You're going to go with Deputy Gordon. Remember, you can use that hallway as well if you want to. Use the fridge. Please don't talk about the case, and no outside research. Don't look anything up on your phones or anything like that. We'll get you back in here close to 11:30. Thank you.
All right, sir.
Oh, was I supposed to stand? I'm sorry.
No, you're supposed to do whatever you do. Do not worry about that. I'm standing because I've been sitting all day. Ms. Ocom, anything before we take a break?
Not from the state judge.
Ms. Primovic?
Here, Your Honor, probably take the exhibits down.
Sure, I'll have the state take all that stuff, and if they're gonna, now that we've fast forwarded to,
Chicago.
yeah, then we can take that down. We'll take a 7-8 minute break. We'll get Mr. Hodges back out here at the time, and we'll pick up from there. And Dr. Canada, I think one of the investigators will take care of you, get you right outside the courtroom. If you need anything, let them know, okay? Thank you.
No.
Oh, yes, I see. We'll talk.
This is awesome.
That's fine. It'll need some-
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, he didn't show up. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll find it. Yeah, because I know it's lost my case. Yeah, that's fine. So, no, it's not. Okay. I feel better, Tommy. Stop that. Right. One back, yeah. We're gonna put this back. Oh, yeah. Okay, so. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Mhm, mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not doing that. We get to call back.
Yeah. I think that's like a minute. Yes. DoorDash. Like, yeah, she's about to have a stroke. I said, yeah. I said, I'll tell you what you want. She told me, I said, I'm pissing. I want to go.
From your office?
One day back.
Oh. PDs are bribing you, huh? The PDs are bribing you?
Another office.
Oh. Oh.
Yep, good luck. Thank you.
Super. Did you take a look? Yeah. You can check. See, this is so you can sit with you. Share your desktop. I'm shooting my sister. It's awesome. All right, well, listen. Anybody want to see the jail tomorrow? I was gonna go see that other guy. Oh, someone I really like it. But I was like, the top left it out, so I don't understand how that is, so I'm not doing it.
Here? Oh, one of the lawyers. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me go look at my phone. Careful. I didn't see him. Is he gone?
He gone. He said he'll come back.
Okay.
This is right when she first sat down.
Oh,
I will make sure. I will read it. Okay, thank you, thank you. Have a good day. You too.
Ms. Primovic, are you ready if we bring Mr. Hodges back out? You need more time.
No, we're good, thank you.
All right, Ms. Okam, are you ready?
Yes, you are, yes.
Okay, make sure she's ready. If she's taking a break, she needs to take that, but otherwise, if she's ready, let's bring her in. Thanks.
Sorry, I just have one.
Mhm.
Thank you.
She's here, she just said she needs a minute.
Good.
I wish I got it yesterday, because I haven't eaten since yesterday. I'd be flying for the house. I did my trial and I've lost 2 pounds. I don't even understand. It's the best part of it.
Doctor, did you get enough time on the break? You good? Okay. All right. Once we get deputies back in here, we'll get started up again. There he is, ready for Mr. Hodges. All right, let's get back on the record. Ms. Rivers, if you're ready. It is 11:35. We have Dr. Canada back on the stand who remains under oath. Ms. Ocom, anything from the state before we bring the jurors back in?
No, Judge.
Ms. Primovic from the defense.
There you go.
Let's get the jurors, please, assuming they're ready.
All right, jurors.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. One other logistical thing that I forgot to mention to you all. There are no assigned seats. And in fact, I encourage you to rotate because you get a different view of what's going on in court depending on where you're sitting. If you're way over to my left, you're seeing witnesses from the side. If you're way over to my right, you're seeing them more to the front, but you're further from them. And really the only assigned seats we ever give, if there are jurors who might need to stand up from time to time, I let them be at the very end of the jury box so they can get up and move and it's not distracting. They don't have to push past people. But otherwise, mix it up a little bit unless you really, really need a particular seat. And if you are flexible that way, it's just the first person who walks in can walk all the way down to the end of the row. And you don't have to climb over people to do that. We still have Dr. Canada on the stand. She remains under oath. We are in the midst of the state's direct examination. And Ms. Ocom, you had asked Dr. Canada about when law enforcement finally did, if ever, reach back out to her.
Thank you, Judge. Canada, when did law enforcement get back?
In 2018, December.
December of 2018?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Where were you in December of 2018?
I was in Illinois in medical school. When I got the call, I was actually studying in the library for a board exam.
And what was the content of this call? What was your understanding?
I spoke with Detective Zimbrick and he said that there had been some new things, or I can't remember his exact terminology, revelations or whatnot in the case. And they were either he was going to fly up to Illinois or fly me down to Atlanta to look at some photos, like a photograph lineup, or he was going to send photographs to my local police department. And so he asked me what the police department was for where I lived, and it was Buffalo Grove Police Department in Illinois.
And did somebody from Buffalo Grove Police Department get in touch with you, or did Detective Zimbrick fly?
No, a couple of weeks later, I got a call from the Buffalo Grove Police Department stating that they had been sent some images and they wanted to schedule an appointment for me to come in and view them in regards to a case in Atlanta, Georgia. So I made an appointment.
Where was the appointment?
It was at the Buffalo Grove Police Department, their building.
What is Buffalo Grove near, if I'm trying to place it in Illinois?
It's 45 minutes north of Chicago.
Okay.
So you get to Buffalo Grove Police Department. What happens when you get there?
I had my 2 children with me, so they set the kids in a different room, and the investigator asked me to follow him to a back room, and we went into a small room with a little table, and he gave me instructions to look at some images. If I saw someone that I recognized, to put it on this form right here in front of me, number 40. And if I didn't, I still put it on here just saying I didn't recognize anybody.
Let's start with State's Exhibit 39. You looked at those with 6 parts. 39 has 6 parts. Tell me if you recognize those photos.
Yes, I recognize these photos.
And what are those photos?
These are the pictures that the Buffalo police men gave me.
And how many pictures did he give you to look at?
6.
And showing you, it's right in front of you, states exhibit 40. What is that?
This is the form that he gave me to fill out.
How do you know that's the form you gave to me?
I recognized it and I signed it. That's my signature.
Did you date it as well?
Yes,
It was the date you went to the Buffalo Grove Police Department and you saw the photos and you signed it.
January 3rd, 2019.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 39 and 40.
Any objection to 39 and 40? 39 is the 6 photos
Yes.
and 40 is that admonition sheet that has the signature?
The signature that she signed and said, I picked out this number and this is my name.
Okay, they're admitted.
Published 39. And when you were shown these 6 photos, were they numbered 1 through 6 as well?
Yes, they were.
And when they were given to you, were they in order when it was given to you?
No,
And what happens when you're having this conversation with the detective at the Buffalo Grove Police Department? What does the detective do when he gives you the photos?
he leaves the room so that I could be by myself.
And so let's go through it. So are these the photos? It's photo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And these are the photos you saw.
Yes,
You pick out a number.
yes, I picked out number 3.
And after you picked out number 3, can you tell me the process of how you picked out?
His eyes, I recognized them. So I put his picture away to the side immediately. But this is such a big thing, that I took my time going through all the photos and made sure that I gave each photograph a good amount of attention. Even though I picked his picture out and set it aside immediately, I wanted to make sure. And then I looked at his photo and I prayed because this is a life, Malik's life is gone, but this is somebody's life too, and I just wanted to make sure that what I felt in my heart and what my mind remembered was on point. And I would just ask God to, guide me with that decision.
And then you signed, and then you got Sergeant Montiel? The
Yes.
Buffalo Grove Police Department also.
Yes,
I have states exhibit 75 in front of you.
yes.
Do you recognize 75?
Yes, this is the disc of my process when I was looking through the photos.
How do you know that's this, or the process? What do you mean?
Because my name is on it and I signed it.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states exhibit 75 into evidence.
No objection.
75 is admitted.
Publishing.
How long is it?
It's, I will play without sound. It's about 4 minutes between the time we're going to fast forward to when she starts looking at the photos and stop when she stops.
Your Honor,
You sure can in a second. There is audio, but you're muting it, or it's not audio, it's just video. Okay. Do you still want to approach having heard that?
yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Sit tight. We'll get back to it. All right, next question.
I believe the last question I asked was, you were shown the photos and then you signed it. How long would you say you had the photos with you before you picked out? I know this is the person that did it.
Maybe 10 seconds, or I don't know, maybe a little longer. It was not a full minute. It was, I went through them initially, the first pass through. And as soon as I got to number 3, I stopped and I put it down. So I think I had gone through 3 or 4 photos by then. So it was longer than 10 seconds, probably about 30 or so.
And after you said you were the doctor, you were giving these, you were 40. I admitted 40 as well.
You did.
So that's the document. The top of it was so the officer that gave you the photo, like,
Yes,
what's his name?
Investigator Montiel.
Then we go a little bit down. Are those what you had to read before you signed?
Yes,
Starting from the paragraph up above says you're about to view a group of photographs. If you see,
You don't need to, it's on the screen, it's in evidence, so you flagged it where it starts.
and then to the bottom, do you understand signature? Whose signature is that?
that's my signature.
Go a little bit further down. And then I was in Canada. Was it you that wrote all of that?
Yes,
It's identified photograph on the screen.
yes,
And is that also your signature and the date and the time that you did it?
yes.
After you do that and you sign the signature, what do you do?
I just was quiet and in prayer. And then I had to come and let him know that I was done. So then I got up and I walked to the door to get Investigator Montiel.
After you get Investigator Montiel, do you talk to him at all?
Yes, he came back in the room and we sat down and I gave him this document and then he asked me He said he didn't know anything about the case, so he asked me a
Not
little
object
bit.
to anything that the detective says is hearsay.
Okay,
Don't tell me what the detective said.
okay.
Tell me what you did after you told, the detective that you picked somebody out of the plane.
Mhm.
Did you leave the police station?
I told him what happened briefly, and then I left the police station.
when you say what happened, meaning how you selected the photo or what happened in March of 2007?
What happened in March of 2007?
Moment.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked to the jury in detail, the jury's in detail about what happened. on that night. You tell the officers on March 17, 2007, in detail, everything you said today to the jury. Do you understand my question?
Could you repeat the question?
Did you go through this much detail about what happened on March 16, 2007 to the detective you talked to on March 17, now we went out to 2017?
Yes, so the day after Malik was killed, you're asking me that I go into detail about the events that transpired?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Now, you want to mute up?
We just approached.
It's 2 seconds.
Okay.
This is.
Now we know that process.
Okay.
And are you ready for that now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Before Ms. Ocom asks her next question or couple of questions, I need everyone in court, deputies included, spectators, et cetera, to remove your masks. If you're not willing to remove your mask, you need to leave the courtroom. You'll be able to put them right back on. I need everyone, jurors. All right, Ms. Ocom.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. I apologize, I'm from Canada. The person you saw on March 16, 2007 shoot Malik, the person you identified on January 3rd, 2019 as the shooter of Malik. Do you see the person present in court tonight?
Yes,
Yes, you. Is that a yes?
Yes.
You point to them and identify them.
You don't need to point if you don't want to, but you do need to describe the clothing and where that person is. Like he's up on the bench in a black robe or wherever the person is.
He's sitting at the table with the two women right in front of, well, cat a corner to me.
And can you describe a couple articles of clothing?
He has on a brownish suit and his hair is pointed up.
Okay.
You're gonna let the record reflect that the Dr. Canada has identified.
She has.
How it was.
So people can put their masks back on. Thank you.
Yeah, this is 2022. And the incident happened in 2007.
Yes.
It's been 15 years of doing that. It's 15 years later now.
Yes.
So how do you know, how are you sure that the person you saw in 2007, the person you identified in 2009 is the same person?
Don't answer the question yet. Ms. Primovic?
I object. She's asking for an answer that's going to cause for speculation, and it's not really relevant. So speculation first, John.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection to speculation and to relevance, but I may stop the testimony depending on how it goes. I think it's an appropriate question. Let's see how it goes.
Understood.
Could you repeat the question?
I said you said you saw the person, your testimony on Canada, you saw the person in 2007.
Yes.
You remember the person, you identified the person January 3rd, 2019, and then you identified the defendant today.
Yes.
15 years. How do you know it's the same person you saw from your memory that you identified that is the defendant today in court?
That his eyes, his face stuck with me, especially the eyes all these years. That's just something that you would not forget. I did not forget. And to be honest with you, because so many years have gone by today, I wasn't sure that I would. But when we took our break the first
Your Honor,
time,
I'd object to the continuing answer without a question.
Okay. Overruled.
and everyone stood up and I looked over and recognized the eyes. And that's when I started crying. Eyes don't change as you get older, not really. So that's how.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break right now. When we return, Dr. Canada will still be with us. I'll see if Ms. Primovic has any cross-examination questions. If she does, we'll go through that. And then I'll see whether there's redirect and then ultimately if there are questions from the jurors. During your lunch break, please don't talk about the case. No outside research, don't look anything up. It's fine for you to eat together. That's not my point. The point is, if you're together, talk about anything else under the sun. It's a pretty broad universe. Just don't talk about this case. We will try to reconvene around 1:05. I want to give you a full hour for this first lunch break. You may figure out tomorrow, hey, we only need 45 minutes or we need hour 15 because no one wants to eat at American Deli or everyone goes to American Deli. And Deputy Gordon can give you some thoughts about lunch. But 1 hour, let's try to be back in here, 1:05. Any logistical questions from our jurors? Seeing none, we'll see you in about an hour. All right, you all can be seated. Ms. Ocom, anything from the state before we break?
No, Judge.
Ms. Primovic?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense. I have two things to get on the record. We had two sidebars. The first sidebar involved an objection from Ms. Primovic to states 75, which is the recording of it says interview, but it's the interactions that Dr. Canada had with, he may be a sergeant now, Montiel from Buffalo Grove?
Yes.
Grove. And in particular, Ms. Ocom wanted to play the few minutes that captured Dr. Canada's solo review, as in she's in the room by herself, of the images in the photo array. Ms. Primovic objected as to relevance / bolstering. We had a good discussion in the sidebar about how it might be appropriate and how is it anything different from a surveillance camera footage. Ms. Primovic was able to weigh in on that as well. And my ruling was that at this point, it would be more bolstering than anything else because it's only direct examination. There has yet to be any challenge to Dr. Canada's recollection of events. That doesn't mean that the state won't be able to play it on redirect. Ms. Primovic indicated that she didn't plan on asking a whole lot of questions about the Buffalo Grove segment. We'll see whether that happens or not. She's not prohibited from doing that. But I've asked Ms. Ocom to renew her request if she wants to, should there be redirect. And that's all you need to do is renew your request as to 75. And I'll rule based on how I think the cross-examination went. Anything, Ms. Ocom, you want to add in connection with that sidebar?
No.
Okay, Ms. Primovic?
No, Your Honor.
The second sidebar, much briefer, related to Ms. Ocom's request about Dr. Canada potentially identifying someone in court as the person who shot Mr. Barry Buchanan. And we worked through the logistics of everyone, including jurors and spectators, removing their masks. That was just the logistics of how that works. And there was no objection to that procedure. Ms. Ocom, anything else on the second sidebar?
No, Judge.
Ms. Primovic?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I will see everyone back in here around 1. So we're in place. Dr. Canada, you should do your best to enjoy your lunch. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to speak with either side about the case, talk about anything else, or don't talk at all. We'll see you around 1 o'clock, okay? Thank you.
Hey, I didn't realize that was you.
We have lunch too.
What did I do?
Bernie said she didn't share
So you lost me out, what did I do?
food. Look, we gotta take a moment. We're falling asleep. We got nice and cold in. It got cozy all right.
Like, what did I do? Why you lost me out? I did nothing to you.
I was in Judge Wall that day, it was so hot, you couldn't even miserable. I'm like, man, just got me, you was arguing. It got it nice and comfortable, I was like, you're crazy. I just need a pillow.
You are not, what,
Oh,
what's that? I want some of that.
what you tell them? I had something from home, that's Gordon eating it, I had something from home. That burger look, hey, Gordon, look how juicy this burger look. Oh, he's not doing it. Alright,
It doesn't have so much sugar. You don't even have too much sugar, it's too active. I shouldn't eat the whole thing.
Well, yesterday I was starving. No problem.
see.
We have,
He watches everything that McBurney does. He watches everything that McBurney does. Oh, yeah, really? How you doing? Because of the last trial he's in. Vegas Rocks. And then the trial before that, one that Adam Batty had, he was there as well. That's what I'm saying, he watched everything. He really watched it. He was there. He's like the resident, he's basically the at-home guy. Because people be asking him what's up, and he'd be telling me, it's so funny, practically, because I was reading his comments during the trial. Basically, their shop. The shop. Yeah, this is a question.
definitely,
Is that what the news? She goes there. You go there?
very
Are you sure?
nice, certain. I'm
Are you
literally,
gonna be here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have something in my office.
okay, just call me, take your phone and call me about me, you know. How's there?
That was a good idea.
Are you satisfied? I sent it. So you really ought to be ashamed. You should be satisfied about it, you ain't got no shame. You do, because you've been bugging me, pestering me, and didn't even bother to look. So what? Hold on, text you. Can you text me? No, just now? Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's it.
Mhm. Okay, I'm almost done, so I'll be right back. You are here. Oh, yeah. We don't want to hear. But oh, now,
Thank you. Oh. All right. Gina Stuchak. That was gonna be late.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's true. Jiffy, just call me Jiffy.
What happened? It's entirely new. I'm supposed to pass. You know, I need to wash my hands. Labor intensive. Here is not. It's not. See? Oh, wait, we'll go back to the office.
Okay. Okay. Sit tight.
It did cut it off.
No.
Pardon me? Everyone's here? Excellent. All right. Ms. Primovic, are you ready for your client?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ocom, do we have Dr. Canada?
Coming up the elevators.
Okay. We'll wait for her to get here, but we can bring Mr. Hodges out now. Be great. Thank you. There she is. Did you get something to eat?
I did.
Good.
Thank you.
So are you Investigator Long? Got to meet your brother. That's all I'll say.
What did you say about the NBA player?
Oh, no problem. Oof. All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Take off our lunch break. Stop share. There we go. Ms. Ocom, are you ready for the jurors to come back in?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Primovic, are you ready for the jurors?
Yes, sir.
You're ready to start your cross-examination of Dr. Canada?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, adjourned. You're the president.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Was the lunch break not long enough for anyone? And by asking that, I don't mean I'd rather have another hour, but I wasn't able to go get food and make it back in time. Seeing no, it wasn't long. Well, you were just sneaking in. You went to American Deli. It's right outside. Long line. Okay. So for now, we'll keep it at about an hour, which I'm fine to do. I'm not pressuring you to shorten your lunch break. I just don't want to give you more time. If everyone was back and waiting 15 minutes for us, let's use that time. But it seems like that was a healthy amount of time. I'm also glad to see that folks have mixed up their seating. Keep doing that if that makes sense for you. When we stopped just before lunch, Ms. Ocom had indicated she was done with her questions, the state's questions for Dr. Canada, which means I turn to the defense to see if either Ms. Feely or Ms. Primovic has any questions for Dr. Canada. When you're ready.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
You stated on cross that the morning of the shooting, you eventually ended up at the Atlanta Police Department, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and when we were down there, you talked to the detective and you told him what you saw, correct?
yes,
Okay, and you said on direct that you went into great detail when you talked to the detective down there, at the police department, correct?
yes, about everything that happened that night.
Okay, and do you remember going talking to the detective, and then he typed it up, and then he asked you to review it and sign it. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay,
But
and
I'm
if I
sure.
showed you a typed statement from 3/17 of 2007, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna hand you that now. Look over it. So we've been 15 years ago. I believe you signed it on the front and then you signed it again on the back. Does that refresh your memory of the statement that you gave to police that night?
Oh, did you want me to continue reading it?
No, you're
Oh.
just looking at that, refresh your memory.
Yes, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it was a long time ago. That's why I'm having you look at it.
Yeah, I remember it. I was just trying to read the whole thing.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'm gonna ask you some questions from it. If you
Okay.
need the statement to refresh your memory, just look at it.
Mhm.
I'm gonna just keep it close, in case you need your memory refreshed again.
Dr. Kenna, just so you know the mechanics, because no one's trying to trip anyone up.
Mhm.
Ms. Primovic's going to ask you some questions. If you don't recall, if the question is, for example, did you tell Detective X, whatever she asks, if you don't recall, you'll have a chance to read that. What Ms. Primovic's just trying to guard against is you saying, and then I said, it's not something that you ought to read from, as in, these are my exact words. They may refresh your recollection. You may read it and say, that's what it says, but I don't have an independent recollection because it was 15 years ago. You just need to let us know how you're processing it all. Okay?
And I have it close if you need it, okay, ma'am? Okay. All right, so, that night, you told about Corey pulling up in Malik's car and, him walking to the door, correct? And, something told you not to walk up to the door behind Corey. You don't know what it was, but something told you just don't walk in there, correct?
Yes,
Do you remember that?
I do remember.
Okay. And isn't it true that you said then, I'll keep going, I'll keep it in order. Corey started looking through the window of the apartment, then Corey tried to open the door and looked inside. He yelled a few N-words at those people, like you said before. Isn't that true that you told that to the detective that night?
Yes,
Okay. And then at that time, you told the detective that night that 3 young boys ran out of the front door.
yes.
3,
There are 3 people. Yes.
okay? And that 3 ran out of the front door and Malik ran out behind them. Do you remember telling the detective that?
I don't remember telling him that, but I must have said that. But the way,
If looking at your statement from then refresh your memory, it's right there.
yeah, I saw it in there. But
Okay,
when they came out 2, and then the 3rd came out at the same time as Malik.
okay. And I'm gonna keep going. Isn't it true you said that 3 young boys ran out of the front door, Malik ran out behind him. The first 2 boys kept running, but the dark boy stopped by the bush and shot Malik in the chest.
Yes,
Okay, and you said that to the detective that night.
yes, I must have.
Okay. And nowhere in your statement do you say anything about Malik and the shooter trying to get through the door at the same time of the apartment, of the townhouse.
I'm sure that I told them that. If they didn't type it that way, that is not something that I would understand why.
Okay,
But before you ask your next question, just so I'm clear on this, the document that Ms. Primovic shared with you, is that a verbatim, here's what Ms. Canada said, or from your read of it, does it appear to be a summary of the detective writing down what you told him?
It appears to be a summary because I clearly recall 2 boys running out first, going one direction, Malik and the guy with the gun coming out together and then veering off from one another.
Okay, I want to be clear. I'm not challenging recollection or what's in the document. I just am curious if your sense of the document is that it was word for word as you're talking, the detective's typing it down, or if it's what appears to you to be a summary of the exchange you had with the detective.
It appears to be a summary because three
I'm
people
gonna ask
didn't
you a
run out
question
at one
about that.
time.
I'm gonna ask you a
Your
question.
Honor, may I object, may I ask, Ms. Privy to let, Dr. Canada finish
I'm gonna let her, I was gonna let Ms. Primick say what she was gonna say, but just finish answering my question and then Ms. Primick can take back over. No one's handed me the document. I don't need to see it, but I want to know. So you're saying your understanding is that it's a summary?
I believe that it's a summary because three people did not run out together at the same time and Malik didn't follow the three of them.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Above your signature line, it says, I have read or have read to me the above statement, and it is true to the best of my belief and knowledge, and has been given freely and voluntarily to me. Is that not what is written above your signature line on the statement you made of the night of the shooting?
Yes, that is what it says, voluntarily by me, whatever.
And you read that obviously because you signed it.
Mhm.
Was that a yes?
Yes,
Okay. And on the back, you had more questions. They asked you questions and they put the answers. And again, your signature was on the bottom of that, correct?
that's my signature.
And how many times did you tell the detective in your statement to him that you said is true to the best of your ability? Did you say the word eyes? Did you say, I remember his eyes? And I have a statement here for you to look at, to show me and read to us, the jury, please, how many times you mentioned eyes? And I'll never forget those eyes.
Well, it doesn't say that because this is the night that it happened. So there was no time to, I'll never forget those eyes.
Tell me all the times you said in there that we locked eyes. How many times is that written in your statement from the night of the shooting that you signed that it was true?
It does not say that.
How many times did you say that eyes were scary?
It does not say that.
You described the shooter in your statement. It's on the backside if you need your memory refreshed. You described them as having short, about 5'7", correct? Very, very dark skin. Flashes of what looked like gold teeth. Now, you never mentioned gold teeth today. Is this something that you remembered back then, but you don't remember now?
Yes, it must have been because I don't remember gold teeth. All I remember from that night are the eyes.
Okay. Having your memory refreshed of what you said that night, do you remember the gold teeth now?
No, I remember the eyes.
Said the satin type of skin here on 15 years later. Is satin type of skin mentioned in your description of who you saw with the gun?
No, because satin type skin is something that I said today only. I'm a little more
Something that
articulate.
your memory now remembers.
It's the way that I describe it now is different than I would describe it then.
Gotcha. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Ms. Ocom, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to move my request for that, for the,
75?
yes,
Okay, I'm gonna deny it at this time. Anything else?
yes, I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Dr. Canada, I believe.
You still have it.
This survey showed you the documents, that, the, detectives typed up and he said was a summary.
But how many pages is that document?
One, it's a paragraph on the front and then a few questions on the back.
Does he say at the bottom of the document what time he wants it?
2:24 a.m.
And,
Ms. Ocum, do you mind taking your mask off?
oh,
Just, it'd be easier to hear you. Thank
I
you.
apologize.
And that's not, no apology needed.
And how long would you say you talked with detectives that early morning at 2 in the morning?
It was a couple of hours because, like I said, I was headed home at 3 o'clock in the morning.
And you said it looks like a summary. So the top of the document was shown, is this sort of a paragraph?
Yes,
And then the bottom of it has questions.
yes,
With an answer.
exactly.
And in the document that Ms. Primitic showed you, the questions was we asked you if you were shown the photos of the shooter, could you possibly identify that? Did you give an answer?
Yes, I said yes.
You also said something on the cross that I caught. You said, I can articulate myself better now. What does that mean?
My vocabulary has changed. I've been educated since then. So I speak differently. I'll let my family tell it.
And when you talked to Sergeant Montiel in 2019, did you tell him anything about the eyes?
I don't remember. Investigator Montiel in Buffalo Grove, I just gave him a very brief summary of what happened.
And
Okay.
And we I didn't ask you this in correct, but you said you have two children, Zaire, Malik's son then,
Zahir, yes, that's Malik's son.
and was today the first time you told anybody that you had lost eyes with the defendant shooter?
No, today is not the first time I've told someone that.
Did you tell Sergeant Montiel that you lost eyes with the shooter?
I don't recall if I told him that or not. I spoke to him so briefly.
See a copy of your transcript or your interview, when you talk to Sergeant Montiel, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Sure, just want to see what we have.
I would just ask you to refer me the applicant's documents.
Okay.
Because you refresh your recollection if you told Sergeant Mateo that you lost eyes with issue.
Yes,
Tell me that.
yes, I did.
Thanks, Jen, I don't have any more questions.
Did that prompt any recross, Ms. Primovic?
That interview that the state just showed you, that was from 2019, correct? January of
Yes.
2019.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions for Dr. Cannon, now would be the time to jot them down. There are plenty of 3x5 cards on that little platform. You don't have to have any questions at all. Does anyone have questions? Okay, there's at least one. If anyone else needs time to write anything down, please do so. Deputy Gordon will collect the cards. Thank you. All right, counsel, if you'll join me, please.
Thank you.
Can you put 69 back up, please? The big poster.
It's backwards.
Hold on, your teammates can help you so that, there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Love. All right. And can we put on the screen one of the photos that were already admitted? I'll try to be clearer. They in the 20s? I think they were in the 20s. I don't remember which is which, maybe 26. Let's start with 26. While they're getting 26 up, let me ask you a question, Dr. Canada. Was the front porch light on, if there's a front porch light, at Mr. Barry Buchanan's apartment that night when you pulled up?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. We see now states 23. And is the apartment that we see front and center with the door open, is
Yes.
that Mr. Barry Buchanan's apartment?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I see a light that's on, sticking down from the ceiling where it says 785.
Yes.
You're saying you're not sure if it was on at the time you were there?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. Can you please put up a photo that would show Dr. Canada's car at the angle? How long did it take you to angle your car that way? You had been parked slightly differently than you described, how you moved in a position so that Mr. Barry Buchanan could get in the passenger side and you were going to move off in reverse.
Seconds. When I saw him in that door, I cranked up. The key was already in the ignition. I put the car in reverse and forwarded and angle. The whole time I was doing that, I'm watching what was happening. So I didn't have to take my eyes off of the scene or the events that were transpiring to move the car.
And were you in that position at a stop? You may have been in reverse, but you were at a stop when Mr. Barry Buchanan and the person holding clothes who ultimately shot Mr. Barry Buchanan, when they emerged through the door?
Yes. The position the car is in now, it was stopped once they started moving.
Okay. Ms. Okam, I don't remember all the photos. There's this question about orange hue streetlights. Is there one of the photos that you shared with the jury that had orange hue streetlights?
I believe, Your Honor, I don't believe her response was orange hue street light. She said there was an orange hue around the area.
Okay. We'll move on then, because I don't think we can put something up that would address that. Let me ask this. Were there streetlights anywhere near this parking lot that you recall specifically?
I did not see any street lights, but I can see the light from the street lights
Okay,
because everything was bright.
because we're in downtown Atlanta.
Yeah, it wasn't like that. It was like the light from the street lights was illuminating everything. So
Okay.
it wasn't like distant lights. I don't know where the street lights were. I just know I could see everything.
Okay. I think that answers my question. Is you're not able on 69 to say, well, there was a light here and there was a light here. Your testimony is wherever the lights were, they were illuminating with orange hue where you were.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. You had a chance to review a video that was made while you interacted with the detective in Buffalo Grove. Did you know that you were being recorded when you were interacting with that detective and then when you were alone looking at the pictures?
No, I did not.
At the time that Detective Zimbrick contacted you in late 2018, were you still having nightmares about the incident?
No,
Did any of the nightmares include images of the person who shot Mr. Barry Buchanan?
when I had nightmares, yes.
Ms. Ocom, do you have any follow-up for Dr. Canada concerning the questions I just asked?
Yes, Judge. Just a couple of questions. Canada, you said, you were not having nightmares in 2018, 2019. When did you stop having the nightmares?
I stopped having the nightmares in 2008. I was having nightmares and flashbacks. I went through intensive therapy and we did something called EMDR. Do not ask me what that means. It's something about rapid eye movement therapy, and it helped me.
And you said on, I believe, direct that you said having nightmares again when this case came back up, or am I misquoting?
Yes.
So those nightmares after this case came back up, was it the same nightmares from when you were having nightmares before you went into therapy?
Yes.
So was the face the same in both nightmares?
Yes.
Was it substantially the same nightmare or was it a different kind of
No, it was the same nightmare.
nightmare? Thank you.
Ms. Primovic, do you have any follow-up for Dr. Canada?
No, doctor, thank you for coming.
Appreciate your time. You are free to go. You can leave all the exhibits there. You can take your water and purse and everything else. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Ms. Ocom, if you could get the easel and 69 out of the way and let us know who your next witness is.
Stay called for a good.
So you actually may need to leave 69. I didn't know who the next witness was going to be. You can leave the easel there if you think you're going to be using it soon. It doesn't block views.
Raise my hand. This is what I found, that testimony will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth. Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and address.
Corey Good,
You spell please.
COREYGOODEN.
Mr. Gooden, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you, if you're comfortable with it, remove your mask so that the jurors and I and others can better hear you? Thank you, sir. And that microphone, we're going to want you to move it a little closer to you. It bends some. There we go. Great. Ms. Ocom?
Okay.
Mr. Gooden, would you introduce yourself? Can you tell us what you do?
I'm a truck driver.
What kind of, what do you drive, I guess? What do you
Semi trucks over the road. Semi trucks over the road.
you work?
I work for myself. I'm self-employed.
How long have you been doing that?
I'm sorry.
How long have you been doing that?
It's about 6 years now.
And do you currently live in Atlanta?
I'm sorry?
Do you currently live in Atlanta?
No,
Where do you live now?
I live in Alabama.
Back in March of 2007, March 16, 2007, where were you living?
I was living in Atlanta with Xavier Stanford and Malik Buchanan.
How do you know Malik?
We go back to working together at WorldCom MCI.
What did y'all do in Welcome MGI?
We were in customer service and sales.
And how about David?
Same thing.
Were you all, so who was friends? Was it Malik that was friends with Xavier, or were you all three friends?
We were all three friends, and Xavier and Malik grew up together.
And how did y'all end up in the same apartment?
When I come home from California, when I come back to Atlanta to California from California, I needed a place to stay so I could save some money, and they put me up.
And can you tell us what Xavier did?
I'm sorry?
What Xavier did?
At that time,
Yes.
he was pursuing a career in music.
And what about Malik?
Malik was working for Verizon at that time.
So March 16, 2007, around the evening, can you tell me who was home in the apartment?
It was Malik and myself.
Where was Xavier?
Xavier had left to go to the studio to do work.
When you say studio, is this a music studio?
Yes.
And did you and Malik have any plans that evening?
Nothing special. We were both hungry. He had just came home from work, and I took his car to go to McDonald's to grab us some food.
Remember what car Malik had?
He had a blue Trans Am.
To show you what has been previously admitted, it's state 68. Do you recognize it?
So is that 68 or
I
69?
apologize, you're correct, 69.
Yeah. Mhm.
What is it?
That's the apartments.
Is that the apartments now, or they look like now apartments then?
That's what they look like then. Mhm.
And you said you went. You said you went to McDonald's. How far was McDonald's from your apartment?
Maybe 5 to 10 minutes with traffic.
You remember about what time you left?
Not exactly.
And you know how long you were gone to McDonald's?
Maybe about 20 to 30 minutes.
And was the food just for you, or was it just for you and Zay? I'm sorry, Malik.
For me and Malik.
And did you have a vehicle at the time?
Yes, I did.
Then why did you take
Mhm.
Malik's car?
Yeah, my car was being repaired.
And when you got back, you showed the jurors where you parked. You get down, there should be a, I apologize. And mark it as X, please.
Leave a mark right here.
Can you mark it as X, please? Thank you, yes. When you park, what do you do when you park the car?
I'm sorry?
What do you do when you park the car?
I got out the car. I was on the phone the whole time. And as I'm walking up the door, I'm still having a conversation with the person I'm on the phone with. And I stick the key in the door. And as I turn the key, I unlock the door and I start to open the door and I look and I noticed that the washroom screen is popped out. So by that time, I'm committed to going in. So I go on in. And when I open the door, I see Malik sitting on the couch, the arm of the couch. And he does like this and rolls his eyes towards the stairs. And while he's doing that, a young man pops out the closet with a bunch of just stuff in both of his hands. And he freezes when he sees me. And I could hear other voices upstairs, running around upstairs. And while all this is going on, an arm pops out behind the door with a gun and told me not to move. So I hit the door to try to jar the gun out of his hand. And he stumbles a little bit, but he doesn't drop the gun. So I start backing out. And as I'm backing out, they're coming for me. I could hear the guys upstairs. They're yelling and talking. And I remember if somebody chases you with a gun, you start to run and zigzag so they can't get a good shot at you. And I'd say I probably get about 50 yards and I hear gunfire.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what the producer Martin says is just 1, 4, 5, 9, 11, 12, and 31. Once you look at them, you recognize them, how you recognize them.
Okay, this is the opening to the apartment. This is the couch.
Needs to speak up, sorry, I can't hear you.
I said, this is the couch that was in the apartment. That looks like the food that was dropped. Yep, the food that was dropped from McDonald's. This is where we kept some of the equipment in the living room. And this is another angle of the equipment and the TV and the computers. And then that's the camera.
And is that a true and accurate description of the items you just mentioned at the time of launch?
Yes.
2007?
Mm-hmm.
Your permission to admit in public?
No objection.
Can you read the numbers again? I'm sorry, but didn't want to mark them admitted the first time and they're not all consecutive.
Yes, sure. They're 1, 4, 5, 9, 12, 31, 26.
Okay, so states 1, 4, 5, 9, 12, and 31 are all admitted without objection. And you can publish as you choose.
Your Honor, I apologize, 10 and 11 were also part of
All right. You were 10 and 11, no objection to those, Ms. Primovic? All right, 10 and 11 are also admitted. So Mr. Gooden, there's a screen to your right that you should be able to see the pictures on that Ms. Ocam's going to be asking you about.
Okay.
Okay. Looking at stage one, you said the window screen, we're talking about the window screen to the laundry. You point on one, which window you're talking about. Circle it on the screen.
So if you tap the lower left-hand corner of the screen, should be a little circle that pops up with a pencil. Tap that again. All right, now your finger should act like a pen. So I think you should be, if you circle whatever you were asked about.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you said you realized that the window screen was popped out.
Yeah, and it was open.
But the window screen popped out before you went to go get the McDonald's.
No,
And where were you when you realized that this is happening? You point mark X on stage one where you were. Okay. You also said you were committed to going in. Did you actually make it inside the apartment or did you stop somewhere?
I stopped right here.
At the door again. Right there. So at the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you said you see Malik.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to say yes or no
Yes.
instead
Sorry.
of the uh-huh.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we're looking at the door. There's a paper bag hanging at the door. So what's the apartment layout? It seems to be a door in front of the door.
That's one of our storage closets. Let's see. Soon, like, you can look right around here and you can see everything in the living room.
So if you went through the front door to your left, you're looking into the living room.
Yeah.
And that's where Mr. Barry Buchanan was when he made that hand motion.
Yes. He was on the armrest of the couch.
Now, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 4? You raise, please, on your markers.
I think the last witness was a whiz with this. I don't know exactly how she did it, but one of the buttons, I think if you click on it, there's a arrow that's like in a circle. See the red dot?
Yes.
Two below it. Tap that arrow with the circle. I think that undoes things you did. Tap it a few more times. See how it's making stuff go away. If you keep tapping it, all your good work done.
All right.
It wasn't so hard. I'm less impressed with her now.
What are we looking at in State's 4?
We're looking at, we got the neighbor's apartment to the right. We got our apartment to the left. Looks like things are on the ground. There's a jug of water.
What's to the, let me direct my question, what's to the bottom to the right of State's Exhibit 4?
The dropped food.
And was that the food you were carrying into the apartment?
Yes.
How did it end up dropping on State's Exhibit 4?
When I fell, backing out. When I fell, I was backing out the apartment and I fell. I remember that.
Or did you just?
I tripped.
And State's Exhibit 5, what is that?
That's the food.
The food from?
McDonald's.
Okay. In State's Exhibit 9, and we're still looking at the same trash door that we saw in State's Exhibit 1, I believe it was when we opened the door,
Mhm.
same bag hanging from the door.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yes.
yes?
Yes.
And you said you could see straight into the apartment. Are we looking straight into the apartment now?
Yes,
This exhibit 9.
yes,
And are you still standing at the door and you're looking straight into the apartment?
yes.
Now, there's a door in space exhibit 9 that's kind of open.
Hmm.
Is that door open? Is that a yes?
No, it was not open.
In what position was that door when you first stood at the door and you're looking straight into your apartment?
It was cracked a little bit, like right about here.
Did you draw that for us? Okay. Okay. So it was cracked a little bit, but it wasn't completely wide open.
No,
So was there anything blocking your view from when you were standing by the door and you were looking straight at the sofa?
no, there was nothing blocking my view.
You said Malik was sitting on the sofa.
Yes,
Where was he sitting on the sofa?
on the armrest.
Is he the same? Can you put M for where Malik was sitting on the sofa? So it's behind the door?
Hmm.
Is that a
Yes, yes,
And states exhibit 11, is that a close-up now of that same sofa?
yes.
Was the sofa like that when you left to go get McDonald's?
No,
There's a cushion on the side of the table on the ground, was that on the ground? when you
no,
went to-
no, it was not.
So now can you erase that and show us more clearly where he was sitting on the sofa? And you said, he made a hand signal.
Made a hand signal like this.
Let the record reflect that the witness put his 2 hands together across and they were crossed and then he uncrossed them across his chest.
Okay,
Did he say anything or he just showed you the hand motion?
Showed me the hand signal and he gestured with his eyes, pointing towards, which would have been his left.
When you say he gestured his eyes points to the left or the?
To the left. It would have been to his left, my right.
Can you use, again, same arrow and show me where his eyes started to, while he's sitting on the sofa? Use an arrow to say if you go that way or you go the other way. Now his eyes went that way. And
Mhm.
where's that way used?
The upstairs, the closet on the right, and the washroom is on the right as well.
So I'm now showing you states exhibit 12. If you could erase for that. Again, for me. So is the sofa not in the picture? Is it behind? Which way, using states exhibit 12? Tell us where the sofa would have been facing then. On what side? I know it's not in the picture.
The sofa is facing everything in the picture at this point.
Okay. And you said it was to the stairs and to the door. So is that door, the door that was open from the other side? If I'm not making sense, let me know. The door that's open.
This was the closet that the other young man was in.
That closet that's open, is that the same door if you're sitting, where you're looking from, that we're seeing on the other side?
Yes,
What space is it, I believe it's 9? Is that the same door?
that's the same door.
And so you said you're by the door.
I'm over here.
Okay, and that's looking in, so if you're over there, that would be looking into the apartment and the sofas at the other end, correct?
Yes,
And there's an X, you put an X in space in the 12 where you're standing and you're looking in and looking at the, correct?
yes,
And you said you see somebody with clothes, correct?
they come out of the closet,
Which,
the door opens, it busts open, and they come out with all this stuff.
the door that we see open along that wall, that's the closet you're talking about?
Yes, they come out with all kind of like sneakers, clothing, CDs, DVDs, things of that nature.
That person, did you get a good look at that person?
Not in the face. It happened so fast. All I can remember was he had a blue jacket on.
Remember anything else about him? Did you tell his race?
He had twists in his hair.
Tell his race.
I'm sorry?
Tell his race.
Yes, he was black.
Did you tell his age?
He looked young. He looked like he couldn't have been more than 15 or 16 at the time.
What about the color of his skin when you said he was African American, black male? I apologize. You said it was black. Was it a light skinned black male or a dark skinned black male?
Dark skin.
On the dark skin spectrum, how dark was his dark skin?
I wouldn't know what to compare it to exactly right now at the moment. On the darker side of the spectrum.
I can see this a lot. It's darker than me.
About your complexion.
And you see that person, you said that's the one person who's coming out.
Yes.
Did you see anything about his hair or no?
Yes, his hair. He had twists in his hair, like twisted. They look like messed up braids.
It's a twist.
Yeah, like twisted.
It was long twist or short twist?
They were long.
How long? Fine. Give us a list. Use your hand.
Probably about this far off the head.
What we call that? 2, 8, 3. I don't know. You tell me. What would you call that? What would you call that?
I'm guessing about 3 to 4 inches, maybe.
And that's the one young that they said they were young, between 13 and 17. Is that what you said?
No, between about. I'm guessing between 13 and 15.
That's person number one. Said there was somebody behind the door, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Person number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That person, did you ever get to see that person's face?
No, I only saw the arm.
Describe the arm that you saw.
It was a dark skinned arm. Not much more I could go on. It's just dark skin.
Okay. Using your arm
Mm-hmm.
for us, can you show us how far of the arm you saw?
I only saw the bend right here.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses talked from his elbow forward is what you saw.
Yes.
And then you said you saw a gun in his hand.
Yes, I did.
What type of gun it was?
No, I do not.
Was it a pistol? Was it a revolver? Or was it a big gun or a small gun?
It just looked like a handgun.
Remember what color it was?
It looked black.
So you see that gun.
Yes.
Do you say anything to the person or does that person say anything to you?
He said something, what did he say? Something N-word.
Was that you or was that him?
That was him.
And did you reply?
No, I just hit the door
How many times did you hit the door?
once
And why were you hitting the door?
to try to get him to drop the gun, to knock it out of his hand.
Did you knock it out of his hand?
No, he stumbled a little.
You see him stumble or did you hear him stumble?
I heard him stumble and I saw the gun fall. His arm and his gun kind of fell as I was backing up. And he quickly recovered and started to come after me.
You also said that at the same time you could hear something upstairs.
I could hear more footsteps upstairs and talking.
You hear what they were saying or was it muffled?
It's just multiple voices. I couldn't make out exactly what they were saying. Everything was happening so fast.
And so at what point do you say you turn around and you run?
I don't. I trip. I back out. And as I'm backing out, I trip and fall. And as I get up, that's when I start to run.
looking at, can you erase that? Houston State's Exhibit 26, which way did you run?
This direction.
The apartment and you make the rights when you come out of your apartment.
When I back out of the apartment, I'm just backing out, and I believe I'm backing out towards the right.
Did you at any time know that Kristen, Dr. Canada, was there?
No, I did not.
Speak to Dr. Canada or when you got up here.
No,
When you're at the door, did you know Dr. Canada was there?
no, I did not.
When you're running, when you trip, I apologize, and you get up and start running, did you know Dr. Canada was there?
No, I did not.
After you run, how far would you say you got before you said you heard a shot?
Maybe about 40 to 50 yards.
Was this fast running or was this slow running?
It was fast running with zigzags.
Zigzag off the
Off.
sidewalk?
Yes.
And how many shots, I apologize, you think you heard? Here.
I heard multiple shots, I believe 2 to 3.
And what did you do after you heard the shots?
Went and called 911 when I saw some people standing out.
Prior to you leaving, were you aware that anybody was coming to the apartment?
No,
Had you invited anyone to it?
no.
Back then in 2007, how old were you at the time?
I had to be what, 38?
Were 38 in 2007?
Mm-hmm.
How old are you now?
I'm 47.
So you may be a little younger, but you were in your 30s.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Mhm.
So if you're 40, I'm sorry, I apologize, 47 now,
Yes. Mhm.
minus 15 years, so you're gonna be 32.
Mhm. Oh, wow. You're right. 32.
Hey, you drive trucks, you don't do math, it's all right.
So with 32, you're all right.
Yeah. Mhm.
And the screen that you had you all been broken into at all prior to you going to McDonald's?
No,
Did you have anything of value in the house?
the studio equipment.
The studio equipment
Mhm.
showing you states to be 10. Is that the studio equipment you're talking about?
Yes, the studio equipment and the computers.
I'm sorry.
The studio equipment and the computers.
Those are the things of value in the house.
Yes.
Was there anything else of value in your house?
No.
And that computer that's to the left of the picture,
Yes.
the screen. How do you ever see where the screen was? You said it was missing, right? When you finally realized that the screen was missing, did you ever look and see where the screen was, or did you know where the screen was?
No, I didn't know what the screen was.
Okay.
Mhm.
How big was the screen?
I mean, just average size for a window. About this big. About this.
Let me show you what has been previously marked by the state of the states exhibit 81. I know this is not the exact screen of the house,
Mhm.
but is this similar to the screen that was in your apartment, back in March of 2007?
Yes.
Same dimensions?
Looks accurate.
And is this the one that sits at the bottom or sits at the top?
That would sit at the bottom.
Your Honor, the state rules admit states exhibits 81 for demonstrative purposes.
Any objection for it coming in for demonstrative purposes?
No.
Okay, admitted.
And and were the window screens different, or were the same window screens in apartments in your complex?
They all look pretty standard, like the same to me.
Okay. So we're looking at states exhibit 4 to the right. Yes. Okay. We're looking at states exhibit. And this will be the screen to your neighbor's house, sitting at the bottom of the screen, at the picture, top of CCTV 10, correct?
Yes.
And in that picture, you can see that the black tabs are on the inside. The black tabs at the bottom,
Yes.
and it sits at the bottom of the window.
Yes.
And this is the part that was missing from your apartment when you approached.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Were you friendly with Dr. Canada at the time?
I knew they were dating, her and Malik. They were boyfriend and girlfriend.
And did you talk to, after the incident happened, did you talk to Dr. Canada about what happened?
We talked about it, but we didn't go into deep detail about it.
And did you lose touch with Dr. Canada?
Off and on over the years.
Prior to today, when was the last time you actually saw her or spoke? Well, last time you spoke to her. When was the last time you spoke to her?
Probably been about a year and some change since we had spoke. Probably been longer than that since we had seen each other.
And after you run, do you ever actually get a good look of any of the individuals? So according to you, there was one coming out the door, one behind the door, and somebody upstairs. You don't know.
The only individual I got to look at was the individual holding the things coming out of the closet. I didn't get a look at anyone else.
So did you have any idea? You knew that there were at least more than 2 people in the house, but you know how many were in the house?
I can confirm that there were 2 as far as what I saw, and what I heard was a minimum of 2 more upstairs.
Okay. Because you said you had rumbling.
I heard rumbling and I heard conversation.
After you called, you said you run, but said about 50 yards when you see somebody, or was it farther than you see?
That's when I hear the shots.
50 yards, you hear the shot. How far again did you run?
I ran till I ran into somebody where I could get to a phone.
And how far was that?
Probably about another 40 to 50 yards.
And then you said you called 911.
I called 911.
You talked to the police officers that day.
Yes, I did.
Where did you talk to the police officers?
I talked to him on the scene and I talked to him down at the station as well.
When you were talking to them on the scene, was Up in Canada still there? Or if you don't, or you don't know?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you recall seeing her at all that?
I don't recall seeing her all that night.
So you never spoke to her at all that night?
Not to my knowledge.
And then you talked to the police.
I talked to the police and I talked to a detective at the station.
After you talked to the detective at the station, did you tell them, or did you not tell them? Negative. Did you tell them that you'd be able to recognize any of the individuals in the house?
No, I did not.
No, could you recognize any of the individuals in the house?
No, I did not.
And how long was this total incident, right? From the time you came in and you put your key and you see the window screen, how long was that beginning of that up until the time you turned around and you went?
Probably about 40 seconds.
Said you, after you gave a statement at the police station, what happened after that?
A friend that dropped me off down there came and picked me up, and we met up with Xavier, and we went to another friend's house for the night and just tried to figure out what happened.
But Xavier was never home at all throughout the whole incident.
No, he was not.
After a couple of years, maybe about 2018, the detective Zimbrick contacts you, correct?
Yes.
Where are you at this
Down in Oxford, Alabama with my kids, and they drive over to meet me to have me look at pictures.
Where you state you're being admitted into evidence states exhibit 39.
He's looked at them.
And were those the photos that you were shown by Detective Zimbrick?
Does these look like it?
And yes,
Yes.
and were you able to pick out anybody from the photos?
No, I was not.
And did you tell the detective, did the detective tell you one way or the other that you had to pick out somebody from the photos?
No, he did not.
And did you tell the detective why you couldn't pick out anybody from the photos?
I just said that I didn't recognize anyone.
And did you ever get a good look apart from, so the one person you got to look at was the one that was coming out of the closet, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you say you looked at the one, the young, you said it was a young black male between the ages of 13 to 17, dark skin with the dreads right out of his head? How long did you say you got a good look at?
Maybe a split second. By the time all that was going on, the guy had the gun coming out from behind the door, and that got my attention.
So you left the guy with the clothes and concentrated on the arm with the gun.
Yes.
Did you see Malik again after the last time you saw him sitting on the couch?
No, I did not.
You said you were speaking, I apologize, you spoke to, Zexy Zimmer in Alabama in 2018, correct?
Yes,
And you told him what happened, correct?
yes,
Do you remember telling him that you saw Malik coming out of the house as well while you were running? Zigzag.
no, I do not remember that.
I show you. You show you your conversation with Detective Zimmer.
Are we okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, as I was backing out,
Don't read what the statement says. I'm just asking if you refresh your recollection.
yeah, mhm,
You remember telling Zexy Zimmer that you saw, when you look back, you saw Malik sort of coming out as you.
yeah, I remember.
And the house, the apartment, how did the apartment look when you went back to your apartment to look at it?
The ransack.
When you say ransacked, need a little bit more detail. Was it just one room that was ransacked, or was it all of the rooms that were ransacked?
All of the rooms.
Was the apartment like that before you went to the living room?
No,
And did you all have a camcorder in the house?
yes, we did.
And what did you all use? Whose camcorder was it?
I believe it was Xavier's.
Was this a camcorder that belonged to Did everybody in the house use a camcorder?
Everybody in the house used it.
So was it, did you have to ask permission for using camcorder, or was it a communal camcorder?
It was basically just communal.
And we're looking at State's Exhibit 31, is that the camcorder
Yes,
we're talking about?
yes, it is.
Now we can use this phone, back then in 2007, you used the camcorder to record things. Is that it?
Yes.
What was the camcorder actually used?
Mostly to footage of Zay performing, shooting clips for videos. That was the main purpose when we used it.
Did you give any permission to come into your house and ransack the apartment?
No, we did not.
And finally, Mr. Gooden, did you hear shots before you saw Malik or after you saw Malik?
It would have had to be after.
And how soon after did you hear the shots after you saw Malik?
Like maybe 30 to 40 seconds.
Thank you, Judge Martin.
Okay, do you need 69 up, or can we take that down for your questions?
We can take that down.
Thank you. I can see the other half of the jury. All right, Ms. Primovic, when you're ready.
Thank you.
Do you need the image that's on the screen up?
You're not.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm gonna take the transcript of this from you. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for taking your day off of work today and joining us today.
Mhm.
I just have a few questions for you. You stated that you went down to the police station that night of the shooting. correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you gave a statement to the police, correct?
yes, I did.
Okay, about how long were you down there? Ish.
That was a long time ago. Could have been.
Alright.
It went between an hour to 2 hours.
Okay, all right. And down there, they took your statement and they typed it up and you signed it. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Do you remember it happening?
I remember it happening.
Okay, and I'm going to show you your statement from March 16th of 2007. If you have any questions, need your memory refreshed or anything, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Do you remember reading, I have read to me the above statement is true to the best of my belief and knowledge and was given freely voluntarily to me, and then you signed it. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So during your statement, you told them basically everything that you told us here today on the stand, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that, just like you told us, you saw the person coming out of the closet full of stuff. You didn't know him. And then you saw a gun stick from behind the door, it just opened. And then you turned, you fell, you dropped your food, and you kept running, correct?
I backed out and tripped, dropped my food, got up and started to take off.
Okay, and that's what you told the police on that night?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the state asked you about, I want to go back to that month. At any time, did another did Detective Mathis come to you with any, in March or April of that year, around that time, with any photographic lineups with anybody?
That same year?
That same year?
I don't recall that.
Okay, that same month, anytime in 2007, did Detective Mathis come to you and say, hey, do any of these people look like the guys that you saw in your apartment?
I don't remember.
Okay. When you talked to Detective Zimbrick back in December of 2018, back home in Oxford, and the state just went over this with you, but I'm really kind of confused. Because you said on the stand that you tripped, you fell, you booked after you saw the gun, you ran away, and you heard gunshots. And you said that in your statement that night back in 2007. But in 2018, you said you looked back, I see Malik come out of the house, and then I heard the gunfire. What one is this story what you remember now? Or was this the story you remembered back in December of 2018?
That's what I remember now. I can recall him trying to come out the house as they were coming as well. As I was backing up, the two guys came out first, and I think Malik, I can remember, as I recall, Malik came out behind them. And that was the last time I saw Malik.
Was him running behind two guys?
Yeah.
Did you see the other two people that you thought were in the
I
house?
see them,
But you heard two people upstairs, at least two.
at least at the minimum,
And you thought those two people because you heard conversation.
back and forth, and the multiple footsteps.
So in 2007, when you said, I got up, I kept running, and then I fell, I got up, I looked, and the guy with the gun was coming out of the apartment. I started running and did not look back. If you said that in 2007, the day of, is that what you remember the day of?
That's what I remember the day of.
Okay, you wouldn't be like making up anything or lying about it, right?
I'm not making up anything.
Right.
Um,
Can you sign your name that this would be true, to the best of your ability?
yes.
Okay. Did you not see, first of all, do you know what kind of car Ms. Canada drives?
At the time, no, I didn't really know what. I wouldn't
Recognize
recognize
it, right? Have you seen her over there that much?
Yes,
But didn't really care about the car she got there?
I'm sorry.
And didn't see her car or really care much about what she drove?
Usually when she would either already be there or it's not like I'm at the door watching her pull up.
Right, right.
So no, I didn't know what type of car she drove.
So you all never drove together, obviously?
No,
How long did you all live over there before the shooting?
I came there in November of 2006.
So about 4 months prior to the shooting. Just give me a moment, please. I have no questions, sir. Thank you for coming.
Ms. Ocom, any redirect for Mr. Gooden? Nope.
No, thank you.
All right, jurors, any questions for Mr. Gooden? See a few cards. Deputy Gordon springs into action. Thank you. Counsel? Mr. Gooden,
Yes,
the apartment you lived in with Mr. Barry Buchanan, and I'm blanking on Xavier's last name, doesn't matter. The three of you lived in, we've been talking about. Did it have any other entrances besides that door we've been talking a lot about?
no, not to my knowledge. I don't recall another way in or another way out.
Okay. I'm going to ask Ms. Ocom to pull up the state's exhibit that was the view from the couch. What exhibit is this? 9. So state's 9. It'll get big in a minute. Okay. I think you describe, oh, that's the view of the couch. That's not the one we want. It's okay. There we go. And that's 12.
Yes.
So this is state's 12. My understanding, Mr. Gooden, is that this picture is taken by someone who's standing in front of the couch towards the door that you came in. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point on this picture where the second person was, where you only saw the arm? You indicated basically you saw from the elbow forward and the handgun. Where did that interaction happen? Or is this a bad picture for
This is a
that?
bad picture for that.
Okay. What do we need to be looking at? Maybe you coming in the front door angle?
Coming in the front door.
Okay. So maybe one of the photos from the outside looking in. There, okay. Can we tell from here what you're talking about?
The arm would have been like right around in here. door was pushed further.
So it's the actual, I'm gonna call it blue. I don't know if it was blue or green, but your front door, the gentleman was behind that door,
Yeah.
not the white door that has the garbage bag hanging from it.
Had to be in here looking out.
Oh, had to be looking through the window that was open with the screen missing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so you've come in through your front door and that arm you're talking about is sort of coming around that front door with glass.
Yes.
Got it. Do you recall the color of any clothing that was on or connected to the arm?
No, I do not.
Gun and arm, that's
Just
what you saw.
Gun and arm.
Got it. Okay. Ms. Ocom, do you have any follow-up with Mr. Gooden?
Yes. Let me show you your.
Can you take your mask off, please?
Look. First two. Does that refresh your memory at all about what you told the detective back then?
About,
About the arm, I apologize, Judge, about the arm and what the arm was wearing when he came across the door.
and Mr. Gooden, I just want to be careful how we process this. I don't want you to read out loud what's in that document because that's not in evidence. It's a question of whether what you've read refreshes your recollection. If it doesn't, nope, it doesn't. If it does, then yes, now that I've read that, I recall X.
It doesn't, you just say it was.
It doesn't.
It does not? Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have anything else or that was it?
1 second, Judge, please. No further questions, Judge, thank you.
Ms. Primovic, any follow-up for Mr. Gooden?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Gooden, I appreciate you taking time to be with us. You are free to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our afternoon break a little earlier, but we need to do it. So who's your next witness, or does that depend on what you decide over the break?
Depends on what I said, but it's most likely first officer Good.
Okay. We're going to take our afternoon break now. It doesn't mean we won't take one later if any of you needs one, but we're going to do it right now. So let's try to be back in here around 2:55 on that clock. I don't know how accurate that is. That's just the official time in court. So adjust your watches and other timepieces according to that. So 2:55, I'll try to get Deputy Gordon to get you all in here. You, if you need more time during the break, just need to tell him. Eventually I'll overrule you, but if you say, hey, we need 2 more minutes, you can have 2 more minutes because they're breaks meant to get you refreshed and refocused so that we'll get through the rest of the afternoon with you being dialed in. Because we're breaking a little early, it may be at 4:15. I just have us do the hokey pokey for a second, but don't take the full 15 minutes of getting everyone out in the hallway. Don't do any outside research or talk about the case. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Ocom, anything from the state before we break?
No, Judge, thank you.
Ms. Primovic?
No, Your Honor.
One quick thing to get on the record. All of the cards submitted by jurors with questions on them, I number them sequentially. All of the cards together will be made an exhibit. It'll be court's exhibit 1, most likely, but it'll be a court's exhibit. That way, every question that was proposed, even if not every question is asked, will be made part of the record. Connection with that, card number 2 was a question about whether Dr. Canada continued to have nightmares or was having nightmares still at the time Detective Zimbrick reached out to her in late 2018. And then the follow-up question of whether those nightmares included the defendant's image. Ms. Primovic objected to that question as not being relevant. I overruled that objection and ended up asking that question. I think Ms. Ocom had a little bit of follow-up. Ms. Primovic, is there anything you wanted to add about your objection to juror question number 2?
No, Your Honor, I didn't think it was relevant, and I still don't think it was relevant.
Okay. And it's preserved. That objection is preserved for the record. It was timely made, just not made in court because I don't require any of the lawyers to object out loud in front of the jurors to juror questions. Thanks. We'll be on break for about 10 minutes.
It's mine. Oh, thank you. Did you get it? No, it's for the mic. It's just for the mic. Oh, okay. So let me change it out. I hate that, don't you? It's just a Google. Why am I always wanted to say I love your hair. Thank you. You're trying. Yes. Not one of me. You don't know because my hands are cold. My, oh, you didn't feel warmer than me. Oh. You don't like to stop them? Well, like, they are after this. You need something, you don't do it just right. Oh, I'm gonna drink, I got a nice water. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Because I've been accused of, being talking too fast. She has slowed it down. She's doing exceptionally well, in my opinion. I mean, I appreciate it.
No, I was trying to.
I told you.
No. Keep it simple.
Yes.
Oh, way. Oh, way.
Ms. Ocom, are you ready?
Yes, Judge.
Is your witness ready? Yes, got the thumbs up. Ms. Primovic, ready for your client?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
Great. When you all are ready, let's get Mr. Hodges back out here, please.
Great. Thank you. So, Colin, thank you for the email transcript. You're welcome. Oh, it's you.
All right, I will be right back.
Yes.
Is he good staying right there?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll check on the jurors. One sec.
Right? That's what we want to share. Share the truth. It's a picture of myself. It's so ugly. Here's that. I'm sure. She said,
Oh.
Court on order.
I bet the jurors are ready by now. Ms. Okam, you still ready?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Primovic?
Yes.
All right, let's bring the jurors in. And you've got enough witnesses to get us through 5 today.
I have.
Yes, yes needs to be the answer.
All jurors present, counsel.
Thank you, sir. You all can be seated. It's like a whole new jury each time because you guys sit in different places. It's great. We are ready for the state's next witness.
State calls Officer Woodley.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you give this court will be true and all the truth? Yes, sir. You may have a seat. State your name and also spell your name for the court. Feel comfortable with it.
Please.
It's Sergeant Robert Godwin, ROBERT GODWIN.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. Good afternoon, Sergeant Godwin.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
Good.
Where are you employed, sir?
Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed at the Atlanta?
About 16 and a half years.
So you're sergeant now?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you, what's your duty of your duty as a sergeant in the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm the sergeant over the Apex K-9 unit.
What is the Apex?
It's just a subsection of Apex, which is the Atlanta Proactive Enforcement Interdiction Unit. We run the K-9s, so we have narcotics and tracking dogs.
And so you're post certified?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the post?
What is what?
Post.
Oh, peace officer standards and training.
Take you back to March 16 of 2007. So you've been here for 16 and a half years. So you're a police officer at the time.
Yes, ma'am.
The Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your position at that time?
Officer, Zone 1.
And what does an officer in Zone 1 do?
Enforce state, city law, answer 911 calls, direct patrols.
Back on March 16 of 2007, did you get a call, a 911 call? Or you dispatched your location?
Yes.
Where was that?
Well, specifically for this case, it would have been 785 Magnolia, apartment 1304.
Down in Fulton County,
Yes, ma'am.
Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
About what time approximately did you get there?
About 21:30 hours.
What does it convert that?
I'm sorry, not approximately 9:30. I'm sorry.
That may have meant a lot to some, but 9:30 is better. Thank you.
So you arrived at approximately 9:30. What was the reason for your call to the apartments?
It came up as a signal 50, which is a person shot call.
When you arrived, were you the first officer?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived, what do you do when you arrive?
That night I pulled up, Grady ambulance already had somebody in the back of the bus working on him. I'm sorry. When I arrived, the Grady ambulance already had somebody in the back of their bus working on him. Several people outside yelling. Somebody ran back into the apartment. It wasn't much later, maybe a minute or two, that other officers arrived and we cleared the apartment.
When you say clear the apartment, what does that mean?
Looking for the person who ran inside.
Is there anybody inside?
We did not find anybody inside the apartment.
After you cleared the apartment, did you do anything else?
Try to secure the scene, push people back, and wait for homicide to show up.
What is the essence of securing this? What does that mean?
Make sure nobody contaminates the area, kick around anything, try to keep it as preserved as we possibly can.
And crime scene tape, is that the yellow tape that you just tape across?
Yes.
Were you aware at the time you arrived at 9:30 that there were any suspects?
No. Well, I would imagine there were suspects. I just didn't know who they were.
So what was your job on scene when you got there?
Make it safe, clear the apartment, secure a crime scene, and wait for homicide.
Homicide takes over the scene when person is shot,
When a person dies.
person dies.
Yes. Yes.
When did the homicide detective show up?
Yes.
When did the homicide detective show up?
No. Sorry. I don't.
It was a few years ago. It's okay.
Yes.
I don't think I have any questions.
All right, Ms. Primovic, do you have any questions for Sergeant Godwin? Oh, Ms. Feely, none.
I do
All
not.
right, any questions from the jurors? Oh, thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank
Spent more time getting here than on the stand, but we appreciate it nonetheless.
Thank you, sir.
Take care. Next witness.
State calls crime scene technician Tia Martin.
You swear affirm testimony you give this court the truth, nothing but truth?
Yes.
State your name and also spell your name for the court and please remove your name.
Thea, Thea Martin, Martin.
Good afternoon, Ms. Martin. You should get comfy with the chair. It's no wheels, so pull hard, and then the microphone bends on the stock, so we get a little closer to you. That'd be great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Martin.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good.
Ms. Martin, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're employed?
I am currently retired from the City of Atlanta Police Department. I was employed as a crime scene technician. And when I retired, my position was that of a latent print examiner.
And how long? Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
When did you retire?
I retired November 2015.
You said you were a crime scene tech. How long were you a crime scene tech with, crime scene technician with the Atlanta Police Department? When did you start? When did you stop and tail over to being a latent print examiner?
I was a crime scene technician for approximately 30 years.
30 or 3?
30.
30. Okay.
Yes. And I worked in entirety of 35 years with Atlanta Police. And the last 5 years was as a latent print examiner.
And can you tell us, what is a crime scene?
Okay, crime scene technician is responsible for processing crime scenes, all types of crime scenes. So that means photographing, assessing crimes, for looking for evidence, collecting evidence, and processing evidence. That's the basic job of the technician.
So when you arrive at a crime scene, are you the one that takes the lead of what you decide is important to take the photos of, to collect, and to process, or do you walk in tandem with anybody on the scene?
We normally will meet with the lead investigator or the lead officer on the scene. We'll do a walkthrough together with them. They will tell us certain specific things that they would like done. And then we also will assess and determine what needs to be done from our training.
And you said you take photos, you process. So what does processing entail in processing?
That would include looking for anything that may be considered evidence, determining what needs to be done with that evidence, if it can be processed on the scene. Sometimes we need to process for fingerprints, for example, or blood samples need to be taken. So we would determine whether or not we should do that on the scene or collect it, take it back to our offices or to our lab and do the further processing there.
And do you receive any training to be a crime scene technician?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us a little bit about the training that you received to be a crime scene technician?
Okay, most of the technicians are with Atlanta Police were certified, as I was by received post-certification. That is Peace Officer Standard Training Council. They determine what training needs to be obtained and how much training for any particular position. So I did obtain training to meet their requirements in all areas of crime scene processing, latent prints development, latent print processing, anything that was necessary for me to do my job.
And you said latent print processing. What is the procedure for latent print processing? What did you just talk about? What is latent print processing?
Well, it's basically any method used to, I guess in a sense, develop fingerprints, latent prints. There's several different methods that can be used to do it. So I think, do you want me to get into the particular method that was used? Okay. On this particular case, a black powder processing method. Okay, on this particular case, the black powder method was used to process the fingerprints. And if I may, I have a small kit. I can show you what items were used or needed. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Will this help you in explaining your what you did at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Demonstrative.
Yes, ma'am.
Information show jurors what you did at the scene.
Any objection?
There you go.
No, you may.
Okay.
That would be helpful. As long as you speak slowly and if you use big words, you help us understand the big words, okay? All right.
All right. So. All right, I will not open this powder, but this is the powder. It's a black powder. Powder comes in different colors, but most commonly, the black is used because it's suitable for most surfaces. It is a very lightweight powder, okay? We also would utilize a fingerprint brush, very similar to this. This is what would be a fiberglass brush, and we use this to apply the powder to the surface, okay? This would be brushed on the surface to develop the print. Once it is developed and made visible, because most latent prints, when you touch an item, are not visible to the eye, to the naked eye. They have to be processed in order to be seen. So the powder is applied to the surface, which makes the latent print visible. We then use a clear tape, lay it across to lift the print and apply it to a card. And I'm going to hopefully very briefly show you how we do this.
You're not going to get black powder all over the
I'm not
courtroom.
going to open the powder.
All right, because they're not bringing bound beverages out here anymore. No black powder.
Okay, so if you look on the inside of your hands, the skin is called friction skin. This friction skin is located on the fingertips, the palms of your hand, and the soles of your feet. All right. If you look very closely, you'll see lines that form patterns. We call those lines ridges. All along those ridges are tiny pores in which perspiration, oil, and grease is excreted from the body. When you touch an item, you leave that perspiration, that oil, that grease. It's called latent print residue. You leave that on an item, and it gives the impression of those ridges that are located along your fingertips and on your palms. Okay, so I'm going to try to do that here. This also has powder already, so you very lightly dust it. Okay. And if you look real closely, can I let them pass this around? Okay,
But we can use the overhead projector, which zooms in.
all right.
But unfortunately requires it. That's okay. It happens every time. But now you know. How do I do that? Let's see. All right.
Yes.
Give me 1 sec. You're in the right place. I just need to get to the podium. Is it on?
It's on, it's red, the light is red. Should it be green, Joe?
Yeah, maybe you can make it green.
It's blue.
Okay, blue's better than red. It's all right. Podium. Can you see if there's another color that it makes?
Okay. We got red.
Red or blue?
Blue.
It's not showing up on the little thing I was supposed to click to make it work. Oh, it's there. Red apparently is good. Don't touch anything. Let's see what happens.
All right. then.
All right. So who would have thunk red? Okay. It's kind of like show and tell from a long time ago.
You need her to come down here? Miss Oakland, do you need her to come down here?
Are you able to narrate from what will be on the screen, or do you need to be at the overhead projector? If Ms. Ocom takes what you've created,
I can.
do that, because that way you'll be near a microphone.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Ocom, can you not worry about that guy and get, or Ms. Love can do it, but let's get these items from Ms. Martin.
You gotta get them in. Yeah. Show them to them.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit for demonstrative purposes. States Exhibit 83 and 84.
83 and 84, okay.
Okay.
83 and 84 are admitted as demonstrative aids.
Okay, so I believe that is the sheet of paper.
It is, it's a little bright. There's a light that should come on. I'll let you figure out what all those buttons do. Whoops,
Something.
that was an unhappy button.
Judge, it says the sharing camera is,
It's back now.
so
It's just, it looks really white to me, so I don't know that there's a way to dim it and whatnot, but I guess you guys will need to figure that out a different time.
That's just showing the area where the print was lifted from.
Oh, that rectangle?
Right, well, basically I applied the clear tape to that area where the print was supposed to be located. And it was lifted and placed on the back of a white card. Hold on.
The thing in your hand might work better on the Elmo because it's so dark, unless you tried it and it didn't work. I don't know. It's just so. Are there not controls on there that deal with?
So there are, and there's a flashing light, which
Okay,
makes me a little apprehensive. Let's go.
if you want to hold it up in front of the jurors, and maybe you can get a colleague to come in and get that to work sometime.
So that's the print that was collected, and that's how the print is preserved.
All right, Ms. Ocom, next question.
Were you dispatched to a crime scene on 785 Magnolia Way?
Yes,
And were you, do you have a case number for that case?
I do.
And what is the case?
The incident number is 07-075-2074.
And is that a unique number?
Yes, it is.
And is that the number that follows a particular case until the case is concluded?
Yes, ma'am.
So no other case that's open would have the same case number as the number you just said.
No, not a different case, no.
When you arrived at Magnolia Way, were you informed of what crime scene you were looking at?
Yes.
And what did you know about the crime scene when you arrived there?
Well, when the call is dispatched, normally we receive them by radio. It tells us the address and also tells us what type of call we can expect to encounter. So it would have given me an indication of maybe, if it was a homicide or if it was a shooting or a stabbing, whatever the case would have been.
When you got to that scene, you do what you just described. You walked the scene with the detective.
Yes.
And who was the detective who walked the scene?
I believe it was Investigator Mathis.
And you also take photos of that scene,
I did take photographs.
take items of evidence.
I did collect that evidence, yes.
And what you just described to the jury for your demonstrative purposes of 83 and 84, you try to lift fingerprints as well.
I did.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as spaces that include 2 through 9 inclusive, 13 through 22 inclusive, 28 through 30 inclusive, 32 through 38 inclusive, and 82.
You're gonna show them to her how? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you hand them to Ms. Primovic. I was going through the evidence list.
would you look through those photos and tell me those are the photos that you took on March 16, 2007?
Yes,
You're gonna say move to admit 239, 13, 22, 30, 32, 38, and 82, and publish them.
No objection.
82, just, it's another crime scene photo that didn't quite make it in the original mix.
And this thing, so
That's okay, but it's a crime scene photo. It's just not in sync with all the others. It's, all right, they are admitted and may be published. Can you say that again?
look at one that's been admitted and published and one that's true.
What was the highest number that wasn't an 80 in your range?
38.
Thank you.
We're now looking at State's Exhibit 2. Can you tell us where you were standing when you took that picture and what you're looking at, what we're looking at?
okay, this is what we call an overall photo of the outside of, looks like building 785, in reference to apartment 1304.
Did you turn on the lights in State's Exhibit 2?
No, ma'am, I probably did not.
Because when you come on scene, because your job, are you trained to take pictures as you see them?
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
Are you trained not to, that's the word I'm looking for, not to manipulate the scene, not to change anything on the crime scene, just take pictures as you see them to document what you saw in your mind?
yes, that's correct.
Is that your practice that you've been doing for 30 years?
Yes,
So even though this was 2007, you say that you did not need the later alternative on any of the lights.
That would be correct. No, I did not.
What are we looking at as State's Exhibit 3?
I believe that that is a screen, some type of screen that was located on the top of maybe a bush or shrubbery.
Was that the strawberry or bush, as you called it, that was seen in State's Exhibit 2 in front of the apartment?
Yes.
And what picture we're looking at now? This is before.
We are looking at an overall of the outside of the building, number 1305. An overall photo just showing that, I guess would be the whole area there.
And is that yellow tape the crime scene tape?
Yes,
And is that for taping off?
yes.
Basically, 5, just, what is that?
Appears to be a McDonald's bag with food.
I'm gonna pause this just for a sec. Are you gonna have Ms. Martin talk about like, we've seen this picture, is McDonald's food. And so I don't know that having Ms. Martin tell us, in fact, that is McDonald's food is moving things forward.
We're going to move things forward. I'm just explaining for the next photo. I think it's photo 82 that comes to right after that. I wonder if it's just setting the stage of get this move forward. This was 6, look at 7. And we're looking at State's Exhibit. It's covering the witness's face.
Oh, yeah. No, what you were saying was. Whoops. Yeah. Let me see what I can do. Just 1 second. I don't know how to do that from here. So you're gonna need to figure out something about that. Literally that little box is the issue?
Yes.
Okay.
82.
I stand and show it.
Why don't you try using this Elmo? Maybe we can get it to work.
You see it?
Oh, it won't work because you're sharing right now. So you just hold the picture up for them. Unless you stop screen sharing, it can't go.
Oh, it's up there now. It's on the big one. He
It's on the
moved it.
big one. Okay. Whatever you did, Judge, it popped up on the big one.
It was purposeful.
Okay. So on the top, if you're looking at the screen, look up. Is that a street light at the far end on the top of the picture of State's Exhibit 82?
It appears to be, yes. Okay. Yes, it appears to be some type of lamp or a street light.
67. Eight. So in 26, you see cones in the pictures. Who put those cones in the pictures?
I would have placed them there.
And what is the purpose of placing those cones in the pictures?
It's used to indicate the location of a particular item of interest or piece of evidence.
Now we're looking at states 32. What is that item being collected?
It's an overall, some type of gun.
Was it a real gun or was it a fake gun?
I believe it was a toy gun.
And where did you recover that toy gun from? Needs were reported.
My notes don't indicate where the gun was recovered from. I have no indication where it was recovered from.
I show you a report, do you make a report after at every crime scene you go to?
Yes, I do.
And do you in that report write down everything you took, every photo you took, and every item you collected?
Yes.
When you refresh your collection pieces.
Okay.
So where did you collect the toy gun from?
Okay, so the gun was collected from a Zone 1 officer, which was on the crime scene.
What are we looking at now? It's basically 30.
That is a screen, some type of window screen.
And was that the window screen that was on top of the bush on State's Exhibit 2?
It appears to be the same screen, yes.
And what are those black things to the side? And then it seems to be like black powder on this table?
Yes.
On State's 30.
Yes, that the black powder is where the screen was processed for latent prints. And it appears to have been some type of indication of prints being on the edge of the screen.
Was that the process you just described to us?
Yes, yes.
So it's never mind. Here it is.
We're looking at 34 days. And is this a close-up to the side of what we had just seen in 33?
Yes.
What are we looking at in 34?
Okay, so this is the result of the black powder processing applied to the edge of the screen. This is the latent prints that were developed on that screen.
Now showing you what has been marked as states 41.
Thank you.
Can you look at that and tell me what that is?
This is a latent file, which would have been, if I'm not mistaken, should be the print that was collected from on this particular case.
So is that the process you talked about? You dust it and you just explain, you put the tape over it, and then you lift it, put it on a card, and that is that the card?
Can I open it?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it's a card.
And that's the card, the example that you just demonstrated for us that you put on the card.
Yes.
And how do you know that that's the lift card that you lifted off of that screen in States Exhibit?
The information is on the front of the card, which shows the date, the approximate time that the print was collected, who it was collected by, and where it was collected from.
And all that information says that it was from this screen at 7080 Putnam Road.
Yes.
The order of statement to admit States Exhibit 41 into evidence.
No objection.
41 is admitted.
And then what is that writing on the, so the prints were from the side of the screen? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And what is that writing on that?
That TM, that would be my initials, and the arrows indicating where the latent print was located on that screen.
What are we, and what is that?
Should be a cartridge casing.
And you took the picture of the catch piece, correct?
Yes.
Did you collect that cartridge?
Yes.
Let's start with State's Exhibit 41. It's Exhibit 45. What is that?
It's labeled as one cartridge. 380. 380.
Was it the cartridge you collected from State's Exhibit 37 from
Yes.
the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 45 into evidence?
No objection.
It's admitted. I can't see what's on the big screen right now. Is it the picture with the cartridge?
Yes.
Great. Okay, I just got a message on the screen here saying problem with that screen. 45 is admitted.
You open 45. Mission publish.
Publish what's in 45?
Yes, case.
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
What about State's Exhibit 42? That's important. What is 42?
Two swab samples with control swabs.
And where did you collect those swab samples?
Mm. I believe these are the samples that were taken from the parking lot outside.
Is that where the clones are in State's Exhibit 27?
Yes. Number 3.
Your Honor, stating this to this is 42.
No objection.
42 is admitted.
It's 44. And this is 44.
It's 40.
Careful. They probably could have handed it to you.
Okay, 44 is listed as one camcorder A video camera with adapter.
Do you attempt to take prints from this camcorder with the adapter?
Yes,
And was that the same process that you just talked
yes, powder process.
about? Were you able to lift any prints from the camcorder and the adapter?
Have to refer to the latent narrative. No prints of value.
You were not able to get any prints of value. Where does no prints of value?
No prints of value means that nothing was obtained that could be used for identification purposes. So it may have been an indication of where a latent print might have been, but there were not enough details that we could use to identify a person. It could have been smudged, a very small amount of a piece of a fingerprint, something like that.
Permission to admit states in 44 into evidence.
No objection.
44 is admitted.
Right side, you say to be 78.
Okay. Oh, that's 80.
Board of States is be 78.
Is listed as a cologne bottle.
Where did you collect the cologne bottles?
There were 4 cologne bottles that I collected.
From where?
Okay, let's see, where were they located? From the floor of the upstairs hall.
You try to lift the prints from the cologne bottles as well.
They were processed with the powder technique also. And no latent prints of value were recovered.
You're gonna stay with to admit states exhibits.
78
78 into evidence.
No objection.
admitted.
That's state 79. What is 79?
79 is CD covers and miscellaneous papers.
Where did you get that? Did you collect it?
Bear with me, this is not my original report, so.
Do you have a version of the report that would make it easier for her to find things? This is taking a long time.
Yes, it's the report that I did. This,
I do, I see it right here, the CD covers. It was collected from the floor of the upstairs hall.
were you able to get any prints from, did you do the latent prints? Were you able to get any latent prints as well?
No latent prints of value were lifted.
Finally states exhibits A. I'm sorry, your statements to admit cases with 79 instructions.
No objection.
Admitted,
And the final states is with 80. What is 80?
24 DVDs and 12 CDs.
You attempt to also lift prints from those items.
Yes, it was processed using the black powder method also, and no latent prints of value were recovered.
After you collected all of this evidence, what do you do with it?
The evidence is packaged if no further processing is needed from the items, they are submitted to our property unit. If it needs to have further analysis done by the crime lab, it is sealed and transported and submitted to the crime lab.
You do not know what happens, so you have to just turn it over to the crime lab. You're not the one who does the testing.
No,
And so you said you lifted latent prints. You're not the one that compares it.
I did not know.
I know you're a latent print examiner. For purposes of this case, all you did was collect the
Yes,
evidence, turn it into it.
yes.
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Primovic, do you have questions for Ms. Martin?
Just a few, Your Honor. And if they could just leave States Exhibit 27 up for a minute.
Is that what's on the screen now?
Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So you come to the crime scene with your powders for fingerprints, right?
Yes.
You got to see.
Yes,
And you come with your camera
yes.
and you come with a lot of lights, don't you? A lot of lighting? Or do you use cars to take so that we can see these pictures? Do you use car lights or what do you use to make the photos so bright?
Well, sometimes we do have lights that we can use to light up a scene. It just depends on that particular night. I mean, we didn't all, 2007, I cannot tell you what we had at that time, but
Do something to light this up because you can see how dark it is way over to the right, how
yes,
dark it is over there.
yes.
So you use some kind of lighting to take these pictures.
I can't say for sure, but I could have, yes.
Okay, so could you, if you didn't use any lighting, could you explain to us how come to the right it's so dark over in here? Why it's so dark here? If I could see the States Exhibit 26, whenever you have it. Oh,
Okay.
why it's so dark way over to the right if you didn't use lighting to take a picture, but that's same.
I cannot explain.
So the odds are good you probably use a light.
I could have, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
You probably did, right? 'Cause it looks pretty dark over there on the right.
It does. It does.
Okay.
Mhm.
So back then you could have used headlights of police cars,
Hmm.
your own lights you bring.
If lights were used, it would have been lights that I brought,
Okay.
lights that we could use and place on a stand, use a generator to, generate power.
That's
yes.
what you usually do.
Yes, if we brought in
This, 'cause it's been 15 years.
right.
But you usually use some sort of light.
We did at some point, yes.
Okay. Because it was pretty dark when you guys got out there.
I don't remember. Let me check the time of arrival. Yes, I'll answer. I arrived at 22:30, which would have been 10:30.
10:30.
Yes.
I have no other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Ocom, any redirect?
Just briefly. You said, if, you had used lights, you don't remember because obviously it's 15 years ago.
Mhm.
If you had used lights, it would be a generator with cords,
Yes.
and the cords would be inside the crime scene for you to be able to see the pictures.
Depending on, to some degree, yes, it would have been. It depends on where they were placed.
In any of the pictures that you've seen today, have you seen any lights or cords or anything that would lead you to believe that you have brought your generator, the lights? to the
No.
crime scene?
No.
And, you were just asked about lights. When you took this picture, were you looking out that shows the traffic lights and the McDonald's bag that we're standing in front of, I guess, the door
Yes.
when you took the picture?
Yes.
That was in close relationship to the McDonald's and the street light that was there.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Any recross?
Just one more, and please leave exhibit 82 up, thank you. So this picture, you can see that it's super bright on the porch, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right and it's pretty dark, isn't it?
To the right of it.
Above the bush.
Okay.
If we look above the bush, it looks pretty dark, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and matter of fact, you can barely see the car that is attached to the brake lights that we see in the behind by the stop sign.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes.
It's so dark, we can't even see the car.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, any questions for Ms. Martin? There are a few. Take your time, write them down. If you need more cards, there are plenty of cards. And Deputy Gordon's back. Did you have a good lunch break? It wasn't lunch. He always says, I was patrolling. Okay. While I'm conferring with the lawyers, if people need to use the restroom, it's a great time to do that because it'll be a couple minutes. And we're going to finish with Ms. Martin and then we'll see if we get through that next witness. Let me just get those cards and then you guys can, if you want to, hit the restroom. Holy moly. All right. All right, you all can be at ease, move around. If you need to use the restroom, do that. I'm going to talk with the lawyers about these questions. We'll be back out in a second.
If she has no questions, I go real quick.
Okay.
America said 3.5.
Let everyone go. All right, we are back on the record. Ms. Martin, a couple more questions. The camera that you use to take crime scene photos, does it have a flash on it?
Yes, it would have had a flash.
The shell casing, which is State's Exhibit cartridge, we've called a cartridge, I think it's a shell casing, 45. State's Exhibit 45, there was a picture of it on the floor of what looked like a bathroom, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Did you fingerprint that?
It was processed for prints, yes.
And did you find any prints of value on the shell casing?
There were no prints of value recovered from the casing, no.
All right. The crime scene inside the apartment, we saw a bunch of pictures sort of fly by while Ms. Ocom was moving you from situation to situation. You've been to a number of crime scenes as you testified. Did the crime scene appear to you to be one where there was random rummaging through pretty much every room and drawer? Or did it seem to you that it was more focused and targeted? Or you have no recollection?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Ocom, do you have any follow-up based on those questions?
Yes, just a couple. So you said there are no prints of value in the prints that are lifted, the tape, do they stay forever on the tape or do they sort of disappear? They forever on the card.
Can you take your mask off, please? Thank you.
No. Once the print is lifted with the tape and placed onto some type of card, and that preserves it. Indefinitely, I've never seen a print that faded or was disappeared or anything after being preserved.
That's it, thank you, Judge.
Sure. Ms. Primovic, anything else?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Martin, thank you for your time. You can leave other than, well, you need to take your demonstratives. They were very helpful, and your blue folder. Otherwise, please leave
All right,
whatever's been piled up there.
all right, thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Ocom, your next witness?
State called, Ms. McMillan Horton.
Please take your right hand. We swear affirm that the testimony will give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth forever.
I will.
Go ahead and have a seat. Go ahead and for the record.
Shirley McMillan Horton, SHIRLEY-McMillan-HORTON.
Ms. McMillan Horton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm well.
Great. If you don't mind removing your mask while you testify, it'll help everyone hear you better if you're comfortable with that. Thank you. Ms. Ocom, when you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us a little about yourself. Where do you work
Amp Robotics.
and what do you do for robotics?
I work with production.
You used to work for the Atlanta Police Department crime lab.
Crime. Yes.
Was it called something else when you worked there?
Yes.
What's it called?
It was called crime scene. The crime scene unit.
The crime scene unit.
Mm-hmm.
Was that for the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And how long were you at the crime scene for the Atlanta Police Department?
About 26 of the 30 years I worked there. Well, I worked in the unit, but I was working as a crime scene unit the first 4 years. Yes.
So for 26 years, you were a crime scene tech.
Crime scene tech, crime scene senior tech, and then supervisor.
And then you said the last 5 years.
The last 7 years, I was supervisor.
When did you leave the crime scene unit of the Atlanta Police Department?
2015.
So then 7 years from 2015.
Now,
2000. Oh,
it would be now.
7 years prior from 2015.
Oh.
2008.
2008.
Mm-hmm.
So for the prior 26 years, you were a crime scene tech, and then you became a basic exam.
Part of the time when we were short, so part of that time I was doing latent print examining and crime scene simultaneously at the same time.
Over 30 years of experience, you did numerous crime scenes and you prepared numerous.
Oh yes, yes, we had to do them every day.
Every day?
Every day.
Okay. And were you asked to do anything on this case number 070-752-074?
I believe I ran a latent on it.
That was back in 2007?
Correct.
It's 15 years ago.
Yes.
Do you remember who asked you to run the warrants?
According to the report, mathis.
You looked at your report to refresh your recollection, because you couldn't remember, or because you've gone through so many prints and crime scenes, this was just one of them?
This was just one of them.
And mathis was the one that asked you to do it.
Correct.
Do you remember the name of the person that he asked you to do it for?
No, I'm sorry, don't.
If you look at your report, that helps refresh your recollection.
Oh, Donta Welch?
And did you compare those fingerprints?
I did.
And what did you get? What was your result?
I don't think I got a match.
We couldn't hear what you said. Can you repeat your answer?
I did not get a match.
Did not get a match. Okay, thank you.
And did Mathis ask you to do anything else with so there's the latent prints and the prints of Donkey Welch that he asked you to compare? Did he ask you to do anything with the latent print that was lifted?
Normally what we do is we put the print on the system, and it's the APIS system.
What is the APIS?
It's the automated fingerprint identification system.
And were you the one that was the latent prints on the APIS?
Yes, I was.
And after you compared and you told Mathis, Donkey Welch is not it?
Right.
And you put the prints up in APIS?
Yes, we put them on the system, and they stay on there until they get a hit.
How do you put a print in the system?
Okay, back then, if I recall correctly, we scanned them in 2007.
So from your recollection, you scanned in the latent prints.
Correct.
When you say scanning, how does that work?
We took a picture of it and scanned it in, pretty much, yeah.
You put it on the system.
Correct.
After you did that and you compared Donkey Welch's fingerprints, did you do anything else in the system?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Primovic, do you have any questions for Ms. McMillan Horton?
Just briefly, and good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
What was the date that the detective asked you to do that with the Welches?
I do not remember.
Okay.
It's sometime in March,
No.
I think.
We're looking at report. The dates on there, just refresh your memory.
Let me
So it's
see.
2007 sometime?
I'm looking for the date. Oh, gosh, right here. So according to this, the crime scene date was March 16, 2007. And the report date was March 17th. Let's see.
So it was in March of 2007?
Mm-hmm. According to this, yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's all the questions.
Okay.
Jurors, any questions for Ms. McMillan Horton? No cards? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Next witness.
It called Detective Mathis.
Raise your hand. You swear upon that testimony you will give to the truth, whole truth,
Yep.
You can have a seat, stay and swear in the record.
Dwayne Mathis, DWAYNE, Mathis, MATHIS.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Mathis. You used to work, where you work with.
Where do I work now?
Yes.
I'm retired,
Where did you retire from?
Atlanta Police Department,
And how long were you with the Atlanta Police Department?
30 years.
So when did you start and when did you stop?
What year or what position?
Yeah, what year?
I started in January of 1978, and I retired in March 2008.
2008?
Mhm.
And at the time you retired in March 2008, what was your position in the Atlanta Police Department?
Homicide investigator.
And what is a homicide investigator?
An investigator that investigate death, crime scenes. We are charged with going out and surveying the crime scene for evidence, witnesses, all the facts of the case to make the case of homicide.
And for the homicide needs to be called, it has to be a dead body.
Yes,
Back in March 16 of 2007, were you charged with the case 070752074?
I assume that's the case. I don't know the case number, but I assume that's the case.
If I give you your report, will that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So were you the detective on 070752074?
Yes.
And at what time, if you remember, did you get the call?
According to my report, I got the call about 21:35 hour, which is 9:35 p.m.
And when you got the call, did you go straight to the crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And when you got to how do you become the lead on homicide?
At that particular time, we had three watches: a day watch, evening, and a morning watch. And each watch had a homicide rotation list. And the way you become up to be the lead on the investigation is your name will have to be at the top of the list. On this particular day, my name was at the top of the list. And that's how I was picked to be the investigator on this case.
Your dispatch, did you go to the scene?
Yes.
What happens when you get on the scene? What do you do when you get on the scene?
My first thing when I get on the scene, I always make contact with the first responding officer, uniform officer that is. And I talk with them, find out what information they have for as witnesses and crime scene and things of this nature.
And did you talk to the responding officers?
Yes, I did.
And who was the responding officer?
I think it was Goodwin.
After you speak to Goodwin at the scene, what do you do?
I go in and do a visual inspection of the crime scene. And then I walk around and I probably come back out, talk to the responding officer and see if the witnesses on the scene. If you got any witnesses, I will briefly talk with them on the scene before I send them down to homicide to give a formal statement. I'll go back into the scene, but at the same time, I'll be calling for my crime scene investigation unit to come out to process the scene for evidence. And once they get there, we will do another walkthrough, looking for evidence and things of this nature. We'll start taking photographs, may do a crime scene sketch, and just work it all the way up. And from there, I would more than likely lead one of my homicide investigator working with me and lead them at the scene, and I'll go back to the homicide office and take statements from witnesses. So I have firsthand knowledge of what the witnesses did and what they saw at the scene.
And this process that you described, you do that on this case.
Yes, I did.
And so when you walk the scene, do you remember your crime scene person in March 16, 2007?
Beg your pardon, now say it again?
Remember the crime scene tech?
Yeah.
Crime scene technician Martin?
Yeah, Theo Martin.
So you walk the scene with Thea, you tell her where to take photos, what items of evidence to collect, and then you leave the scene.
Right,
After you do that, you go back to homicide.
yes.
And did you talk to anybody at homicide that
I spoke with the witness that was brought down by uniform officers, and I believe that was it for that night, because I think we only had one witness to come in that night.
night? And do you remember the name of the witness looking for who spoke to you that night?
I believe his name was Corey.
You speak to the other witness also.
Yes, I spoke to her the next day, because she accompanied the victim down to Grady. So that's why I didn't get a statement from her that night.
Did you speak to her in the early morning hours of the next day then?
It was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I think it was, I'm not sure. Let me verify that. Hold on for a minute. If I may look at my notes, if I can. Hold on. Do you mind, Judge? Look at my phone?
So you can look at whatever you want. The defense will need to know what you're looking at as well, just so they've got the same. So when you say notes, you may want to let Ms. Ocom know what that is, and then she and Ms. Primovic can talk about that. Ms. Ocom, how do you want to manage this?
I will just give him his
Okay.
report and statement.
The statement from the victim's girlfriend. For 15 years, I'm trying to put the dates and times and stuff together.
You're not the only rusty one. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Hearing the statement you took from.
Okay. I had.
That refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does. I had it confused. I said 2 in the afternoon. It was 2 in the morning. So this apparently when she probably left Grady. So I took a statement from her at 2:24 a.m. on the 17th of March, 2007.
After you talked to Kristen, I know it's 15 years ago, do you remember her demeanor? Or if you don't remember.
I don't remember, but her boyfriend just got murdered, so.
You took the statement at 2 in the morning, spoke to Corey earlier on that night. What next did you do after you take the 2 statements?
I took the 2 statements. I finished some of my reports that I need to get turned in, like the official police report. And that time, I probably just went on home because I normally get off at 12 midnight. It was like almost 2:30 when I took a statement. So I'm sure when I probably finished, it was running way until 3 or 4 in the morning. So I'm pretty sure I went on home after I got through taking the statements.
Is it typical for the statements to take that long, 1 to 2 hours, even if it's in the night?
It depends. It depends on several things. It depends on if we having a difficult time with the witness conveying what they saw or what they did. And it could be if we have a secretary that night, but sometimes we will be shorthanded.
Next question I wanted to ask you. When you were taking statements, you said the secretary that night.
Right.
What is the secretary do?
Beg your pardon?
What is the secretary do?
She's typed the statements for witnesses.
So does she type the statements, because you said the statements would take up to a couple of hours. Does she type the statement word for word, or does she sort of summarize?
She types word for word.
And when you have a 2-hour statement, that you said you talked to Kristen, it was a couple of hours
Yeah.
before you went home.
Well, I don't know if the statement took a couple of hours. I'm just saying, it might have, after an hour or so, I went home. I don't know exactly how long the statement took, but like I said, she started at 2:30 and I took the statement and shortly after that, I'm sure I went home.
So the secretary takes it, and then what did you do after you talked to Kristen and you talked to Corey that night? What next did you do as part of the investigation?
The next day I came in and I went back out to the crime scene. I canvassed the area and me and some old detectives, we knocked door to door, asking questions, did anybody see anything, hear anything, know anybody that's doing anything around in the neighborhood and things of that nature. So we did that the next day.
And did you get any other leads when you did the canvassing?
Not particular. If I remember correctly, from looking at some of my notes, we had some information about some juveniles doing some break-ins in apartments in that area, but nothing in specific for his names and stuff. After doing the canvas, I got with Zone 1. I got with Zone 1 CID unit. That's the detective for the Zone 1.
What does CID mean?
Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay.
I talked with their detectives and I asked them, had they been having any break-ins in this particular apartment complex? And that's when I was given some names of some juveniles that they had been breaking in apartments and stuff. And after that, I'm pretty sure I went back to the homicide office. And on the 27th of March,
Okay.
I was called by Zone 1 to come to the Zone 1 mini precinct. And the call was stated that a witness from the homicide I had the other night, well, not the other night, on the 16th in Magnolia, had spotted a suspect. And they had the suspect and they had taken the suspect back to the Zone 1 precinct and they got the witness at another location. So I said, okay, I'll be out there. So I went out there. I stopped at the precinct and I spoke with Miss Canada Christian and father and the mother, I believe it was, the victim. And I talked to them for a little bit and I instructed them that after I had spoke with the suspect that they picked out, I told them protocol that I would have to go through before I can make an arrest and that I wasn't gonna make an arrest at this time. And that kind of like got them a little upset. And I just told them I didn't feel comfortable in making an arrest at this point based on the information that was provided. So they left. I got the young man that was at the other location, took him to the homicide office.
You're not telling me what he said. Did you speak to him?
Yeah, okay.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
And what was the young man's name you spoke to?
Welch. His last name was Welch.
Dante Welch.
Yes.
Did you take his fingerprints as well?
Yes.
Did you have McMillan Horton compare the fingerprints?
I turned them in. I don't know who did it, but I'm sure she did it. Miss McMillan Horton, she did it.
And you let Mr. Welch after?
Yes, yes.
And after that, did you retire or did you have any other leads on these skills?
I didn't get any more leads on this case.
Do you ever show any photo arrays anywhere?
I don't think I did. I didn't ever get any photographs. I attempted to get some photographs of some juveniles' name that was given to me, but it was such a red tape trying to get juveniles' pictures at that particular time. So I never,
You might red tape.
juvenile pictures at that time was very difficult to get because they was underage. And I didn't have quote unquote probable cause to get pictures of the juveniles at that particular time. I don't know what it is now, but I couldn't get the pictures from juvenile. And but I didn't get any more information on this case.
So you were saying that you believe that they were juveniles, but you couldn't show any photos to anybody because you couldn't get a juvenile.
No. I did go one more step. I did try to get the high school yearbooks from the school detective unit, because they keep books and they have the school pictures of, but that fell through as well, because the young men that names I had was not in school that often.
When you said the secretary takes everything down, the transcript was 2 pages. So the secretary typed word for word every single thing that said in the interview. Because, I will show you Mr. Goodwin's. Show you Goodwin's thing. Talk to the detective and how many, when you talk to him, how many pages was that?
Six pages.
And there was a paragraph at the top and then question and answer format.
Right.
So when Kristen's statement was 2 pages, is that,
Right.
so you're saying word for word, he typed down secretary did for Gooden and Kristen?
Right.
And you said at some point in March of 2007 that you were called to Zone 1 precinct and you talked to, there were people waiting for you.
Right.
And you said it was, what time, what's the time frame for that?
I can't remember the time, but it was, I worked from 4 p.m. to 12 midnight. It was in that time frame, if I can.
I apologize for hearing you, I meant the dates, I'm sorry.
Oh, the date?
The date you talked to.
The date was the 27th that I was called by Zone 1 to talk to Mr. Welch. It was the 27th of March.
And when you went, did you make notes of this, of this conversation of when you talked to him, or are you just remembering from memory?
I made some notes, but I didn't put it in the format of what we have here.
So you didn't put it in a report?
No.
And of who you spoke to, of the names of the people that were there with Mr. Welch, did you put that in a report?
Yes, I think on one page it says Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan.
It was Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan, they was at the station when you talked to
Right.
Mr. Welch. Okay.
Right.
So Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan, you believe to be Malik
Buchanan's parents.
Yes,
So it was Mr. Buchanan that were at the station with Mr. Welch. Did they come together?
run that back by me again.
I'm trying to understand, you said you were called by Zone 1 detectives to come to Zone 1.
Right,
And then you said that it was Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan that were there,
yes.
and then Mr. Welch was also there.
They was at two separate locations. They called the police. Zone 1 responded. And Zone 1 took Mr. Welch into the car. They had the Buchanans follow them to another location. They stopped them at one precinct and they took Mr. Welch to another location so they wouldn't be at the same location. You get the picture?
Okay, so that means it was Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan and not Christine Canada that was there. It was Monique Buchanan's parents.
I believe all three was there, to my understanding.
Did you ever see Christine again?
15 years ago, I believe I'm sure it was her that picked Mr. Welch.
And you got that information from the Zone 1 detective? You're remembering this, or it's not in your notes in front of you? So what notes are you referring to that you're getting this information?
Do you think you have much more time with Detective Mathis? I'm just looking at the clock and I want to make sure we do cross-examination. So I'm trying to figure out a natural break point.
Yes. Yes, just a little bit more.
Okay.
You can,
Flush this out.
to be clear, you can have as much as you want, but if you say I've got another hour with Detective Mathis, then we won't finish with him today. We'll finish maybe your direct, but we won't finish with everything.
I don't know if it's an hour, but I'm not finishing things today.
Okay, we'll keep going.
Okay, I stand corrected. According to my notes, I got to the precinct. I met Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan, and we had a conference at the precinct. So it doesn't mention the girlfriend. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'm trying to wing this. I'm trying to get this right.
Well, and it would be helpful if you know where in his report these things are, it's fine for you to direct him to something to review if that refreshes his recollection.
Thank you, Judge. I will do that. So to be clear, Ms. Canada was not.
No,
Okay,
I'm trying.
I understand that. I just. So it was Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan you spoke to, and not Miss Gann.
Right.
Okay. After that, and you let Mr. Welch go, you said.
I took him back to the homicide office and I gave him a Miranda and I took his picture and the fingerprints, and then I let him go.
And after that, were you able to develop any other suspects once you got from McBurney Horton that it was a Welch's fingerprints and you let him go that night? Were you able to develop any other suspects?
No,
Did you work more in the case to see if you could figure out who was involved?
no, I did not.
Did you know Miss Canada at the time when you, Miss Canada at the time, did you know her prior to that incident?
No,
Did you know Mr. Gooden prior to that incident?
no,
Did you know any of the Buchanans, so Malik's parents, did you know them prior to that incident?
no,
Have you heard of Jerry Hodges at the time when you before you retired, you stopped working on
no,
cases when you retired?
no.
I don't think I have.
All right, Ms. Primovic, do you have, Ms. Feely, do you have questions for Detective Mathis? And if you do, which is fine, I think it's short and we might wrap up in 10, 15 minutes, or would it be longer than that?
I can't commit to short, but I don't think it would be longer than half an hour, probably more like 20 minutes.
Okay, well, let me take the pulse of the jury. Folks, we're around stopping time for today. We could, it sounds like in 15 or 20 minutes, but I'm not putting any pressure on Ms. Feely. Depending on answers she gets, it may go shorter, may go longer. Do you want to stay a little bit later today or be back tomorrow at 9 and we'll pick up with cross-examination then? Let me make it easier because that was an or question. Is there anyone for whom a break now makes more sense because they have focused as long as they can focus for the day? All right, I saw more than one hand. I'm not naming names. So we're going to stop. And we will reconvene at 9 tomorrow. Few things before people start shuffling their papers. This will be your first time going home, or hopefully you don't go to work from here. You need to go home and sleep. That you'll be interacting with folks outside your group. Please don't talk about this case. People are going to say, how was it? Tell them how great I am, and that's it. Don't go beyond that. Don't even say it's a case involving the charges or names of people or locations, because someone's going to want to share something with you, and they're well-meaning, but they are sharing with you something that isn't this case. So be boring. It may be hard for you, but just say, you know what? It's a trial. I can't talk about it. And hopefully people will respect that, especially if your wife is a criminal defense attorney. So people need to just be real plain about what this is about. No outside research. You've seen how it works. You're doing a great job. If you've got a question, you write it down. If it's a proper question, we ask it and you get your question answered. We need everyone here by 9 tomorrow. The shuttle in that time of the morning, I think, runs every 15 minutes. So it's tighter windows. And if you get there at 8:40, you'll still make it. But if you get there at 8:59, you won't. Call. Do they all have Chambers' number, or you want to write it on the whiteboard? I'll make sure you've got our number. If you get stuck, call. Someone emailed, that's great. That was a way to let us know as well. We just need to not be worrying. If it's 9:05 and one of you isn't here and we haven't heard and we've called and haven't been able to find you, then folks who look a lot like Deputy Gordon in a car might roll up on your house, and that could be awkward for your neighborhood. So keep us posted if you're running late. Any logistical questions from anyone? Thank you for your day of focus. Have a good evening, and we'll see everyone by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, good.
All right, you all can be seated. Ms. Ocom, anything from the state before we break?
No, Judge.
You will have witnesses tomorrow that will get us through the day. I mean,
Yes.
they can come in tranches, get us through lunchtime, and we don't have a fixed lunchtime tomorrow. So we'll be able to, if you say, oh, I'm out of witnesses and it's 11:30, we'll take lunch early. If we're in the middle of a witness that gets us to 12:30, we might take lunch a little bit later, but we don't have a fixed lunchtime. Ms. Primovic, anything else? All
I
right.
apologize, Judge. There's one thing else. For the Zoom, did we come to an understanding that they call and put them in the waiting room, or what?
We can do it however you want. If you let me know that they're about to dial in, because one of your investigators has said dial in, I can be on the lookout. The way the Zoom is set up, you land right in the call. I can then move someone to a waiting room or a breakout room, which is what I ought to do so that they're not listening to too much testimony. Again, given what these two witnesses have to talk about, I don't think there's a big risk of tainting, but it's just cleaner to have them in one of those two spots, breakout or waiting room. So just let me know once someone has made, is going to be logging in, and then I'll be looking to that participant window. I don't normally focus on that. Will that work?
Yes,
Great. I have one request in case this comes up again, because there are a few other law enforcement folks. You asked Detective Mathis, have you ever heard of Dr. Canada? Have you ever heard of the Buchanans? Have you ever heard of Jerry Hodges? The answer to that might well be from law enforcement. Yes, because, and there's another case. And then the defense attorneys are going to fly out of their seats and we're going to have a problem. So please don't ask law enforcement if they've ever heard of Jerry Hodges before, unless you know that that's a safe answer. Because this detective who's worked here for 1,000,000 years might say, you bet I know him, and his dad and his brother. And that would have been an honest answer. Nothing wrong with the detective's answer. I know you weren't trying to go there, but that's a risk that I would like us to avoid.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope you can be back here tomorrow morning, sir. We didn't quite fit you in today. Appreciate it. All right, thank you, everyone. Ms. Primovic, whether it's same or similar or different clothes, you've got clothes for Mr. Hodges for tomorrow. Great, thank you so much. Rivers, how did you avoid? I did that once accidentally, and all of a sudden, like 90 SWAT guys.
Hey, they were coming, they were coming.
Okay.
They were coming out like really. I kept saying, "Judge, be safe."
Yeah.
They went off the chambers as well too.
Oh,
At the same time?
the only person back there is Deidre, so I doubt she did it. Yeah. Yikes.
Okay.
Hmm? I mean, one of them was, I just gotta get the number. Oh, the Asian, yeah. She, and then there's an older Black woman in maroon. She dozed a lot too. So what Deputy Cosby used to do is, after you notice that a little bit, he might say, "Psst," and hand him a mint. And that's just sort of a polite way of saying, like, I saw that you were zoned out. No, you're doing the right thing. That is the juror who told the lawyers I slept through some of the questions. So they knew what they were getting when they didn't strike her. But let me see. Oh, good. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping because her deliberations will be interesting. Right? Yeah, she's an alternate.
Yeah, she's awesome. She does.
That is exactly what it is. You're right. Yeah. Is she snoring?
No.
Okay.
Peaceful.
She's peaceful. Yeah. So I worry she might be, working at night or something, but who knows?
But she does Uber on the side.
That's right. She was a barkeep forever, and now she's like a produce coordinator at Publix. Good memory. Yeah.